All right, it's 6 o'clock. We're going to get started. We have a full house, and we know we're probably going to have a long night, so we want to get started right on time. Tonight we have with us Pastor Greg Hughes with the Westside Baptist Church to offer us our invocation. Pastor Wright.
Let's pray. Father, we thank you for your goodness and your grace. We thank you for the abundance that you've poured out on our communities. Particularly, we thank you for recent rains, and we honor you as we've prayed for rain. You've seen fit to bless us with that. We also thank you for the abundance of what we enjoy as we look around. We enjoy what you've created. We enjoy what has been developed here. We thank you for this wonderful place, and we ask, Lord, that tonight you would give help, that in this meeting you would lead, and that you would provide wisdom. We pray that you would be with our leaders, that as you have given wisdom in times past, that you'd be pleased to work in and through those that you've put in places of responsibility, that we could have a community that continues to enjoy peace and safety. We pray that you would reveal truth, that you would establish righteousness. We pray, Father, that you'd be pleased to bless in this evening and all the proceedings. We want to honor you, and so we're glad for this opportunity to begin this evening by coming to you in prayer. And we ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Jimmy, will you lead us in the pledge?
Certainly. If you could please all arise and repeat the Pledge of Allegiance with me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
So to start, can everyone hear me okay? Yeah? In the back? Okay. I have a statement to read before we get started, or to start the meeting, actually. Just a side note. So I have a daughter in labor right now. And when it comes to push time, our Mayor Pro Tem is going to take over so I can go and watch my granddaughter be born. So thank you all for being here. This is the Truth in Taxation public hearing for the proposed property tax increase included in the city's fiscal year 2022-2023 budget for the Safe St. George plan. Tonight's public hearing is open to St. George property owners only who would like to give their input on the tax increase for only the city's portion of the property tax bill. Tax increases by other taxing entities will not be addressed at tonight's public hearing. We would like to thank you for being here tonight and taking the time to be a part of this important process. As part of tonight's public hearing, we will begin with a presentation from staff on the proposed tax increase. Following staff's presentation, we will begin taking public comment. To help move tonight's public hearing forward in an orderly fashion, we've been debating. So I think what we're going to do is just go row by row. If you have a comment and you're on the first row, come up and then go back to your seat, second row, and go that way. And maybe we're just going to, that's the order we're going to go in. Okay? As I call you forward, please approach the podium and state and spell your first and last name and identify if you own property within the city of St. George. These instructions are also listed on the podium. Please adjust the microphone and speak directly into it so that you can be heard clearly. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to address the City Council. I have asked Chad Moultrie, our Assistant Budget Manager, to time each person and to give a warning at 30 seconds left and when your time is up. Based on the large number of residents here tonight, once you have had an opportunity to speak, I would ask that you please, if you're coming from the lobby area, move back into the lobby area so other people in the lobby can come forward to speak. And we also have 2 TVs set up in the lobby to watch out there, as we would like to have an opportunity to hear from everyone tonight. While each citizen has a First Amendment right to free speech, the courts have said that free speech can be limited in time, place, and manner. The limits for this meeting are: speakers will be respectful to the council, mayor, staff, and each other. Personal attacks, clapping, cheering, or other such conduct will be considered disorderly behavior and cause for removal from the meeting. Anyone becoming disorderly in any manner will be asked to leave. If the person does not leave peacefully, they will be escorted out of the building by law enforcement. We're here to listen to your comments, but will not provide responses during the comment period. The floor will be yours, and once all of the comments are complete, then staff will briefly respond to the general comments that we have, and then we'll move into council's discussion. Again, thank you for being here tonight, and we'll start with staff's presentation.
All right, thank you and good evening. My name is Adam Linhart. I'm the city manager for St. George. And one way or another, by the end of this meeting, the fiscal year 23 budget will be final. By law, the city's budget must be balanced, meaning expenditures cannot exceed revenues. I'm proud to say that the city of St. George has very low debt per capita. In fact, it's among the lowest in the state. Each year, we set aside a portion of our revenues for one-time projects and equipment, which allows us to pay cash for those items and avoid borrowing as often as possible. We have strong credit ratings and responsible levels of reserves. We are held to strict financial controls and accounting standards, and our finances are audited every year by an independent third party. So give me a minute, I'm going to turn this on and go to the next slide, and you can follow along here. The total fiscal year 23 budget stands at $503 million across all funds. If the council elects to approve the property tax increase tonight, that number would increase to $506 million. Some have asked, why not just put all of this towards public safety? Isn't public safety one of our top priorities? Well, while a portion of our budget, about 20% of the total, shown in the graph in blue and labeled general fund, is fully discretionary, the other 80% of the budget consists of restricted funds. That's everything in the graph outside of the general fund. Restricted means that those funds are limited to specific purposes, and those purposes generally do not include public safety. So let's examine the budget at a very high level. The red portion, representing our enterprise funds, makes up $200 million or 40% of the total budget. These are the city's utilities, such as St. George Power, water, sewer, and storm drain. The money that is generated by enterprise fund activities must be spent in enterprise fund activities. For example, each month when you pay your St. George City utility bill, that money is used to fund the operations of the utilities themselves. Public safety is not an eligible expense of the enterprise funds. I mentioned earlier that a portion of our budget is set aside every year for one-time projects and equipment. This is reflected in the green portion of the graph, labeled Capital Fund. It makes up $170 million, or about 34% of the total budget. We use the capital fund to build and maintain our infrastructure. For example, $68 million of this part of the budget is just for water and sewer projects. There's $31 million for transportation improvements, such as widening 3000 East, extending 1450 South to the west past River Road, installing new traffic signals. There's $16 million to expand the airport terminal apron, which is funded entirely by the Federal Aviation Administration and restricted airport revenues. There's a $13 million storm drain project, and so on. Many of the projects in the capital fund are funded with impact fees, which are collected when a building permit is pulled to ensure that new growth pays for itself. We've been asked, for example, about the expansion of the Little Valley pickleball courts. It's a $1.3 million project. Why not put that money toward public safety instead? The reason is that the pickleball court expansion project is being paid for 100% by park impact fees. Those funds can only be spent on eligible park projects. Likewise, nearly all of the money in the capital fund, the green section, is restricted. Public safety is not an eligible expense. Then we have about $30 million of the budget, or 7%. It's represented by the purple and teal, or whatever color you want to call that small slice, that consists of a variety of smaller funds like CDBG. You guys were looking at me like I got the color wrong. Maybe I did. The light blue one. CDBG, RAP tax, cemetery perpetual care, and the city's redevelopment project areas, Suntran, etc. These funds are established for specific purposes and generally are not eligible for spending on public safety. So that brings us back to the general fund, appropriately named because the council generally has discretion and flexibility over how these funds are used. It makes up about 20% of the total budget, or $103 million. This is where taxes come into play. This is where your property tax and your sales tax goes, and also where we pay for general government services. Services that are funded through the general fund, include all of these that are shown on the slide. You have general and support services, which is administration, human resources, finance, budgeting, legal. You have public safety, which is police and fire. You have economic development, the airport. You have public works, which includes streets as a large portion of the general fund. You have community development, which is all of our planning and zoning and building permits activities. Then you have golf, and then finally you have leisure services, which includes a large number of services. All of these are paid for through the general fund. So, council, for the purposes of tonight's discussion, if the desire of the council is to increase the level of service in public safety, it will need to happen in the general fund, because the other funds in the budget simply don't allow us that flexibility. So some people have asked about the role of growth in funding public safety. Haven't all those new homes generated new property tax and sales tax that could fund our needs in police and fire departments? The answer is yes, and they absolutely have. In fact, over the past 4 years, the single largest investment of new property and sales taxes has been in public safety, and it's not even close. Not counting the new police and fire positions that are proposed in the fiscal year 23 budget, since 2018, using existing resources and the new property and sales taxes that we've received in each of those years, we have increased full-time staffing in the fire department by 70% and in the police department by 23%. No other area of the city has grown more than public safety. So we are using those new revenues for public safety, and we have invested heavily in our police and fire departments. It is a top priority. Finally, I want to address timing. Why now? This is a critical time for our public safety operations. Our wages are no longer as competitive as they once were. Other agencies across the state, large agencies, notably Utah Highway Patrol and Salt Lake City, have invested heavily in their public safety wages over the last year to year and a half to address industry-wide challenges in filling those positions. Other large agencies have followed suit. So where just a few years ago our wages were more competitive, we are now behind quite a bit. Additionally, as we've grown, even with the new positions we've hired, we're having a hard time keeping up, and we're wearing our people out. And the fact that we're having a hard time keeping up is in no way a reflection of the quality of the people who work for the city in our police and fire departments. They're among the best of the best, and I know you all know that. But it's simply a reflection of the workload that they're subjected to every day and the resources that they have to work with. So, to address both the wage and staffing problems, we have developed the Safe St. George Plan, which calls for a significant investment in public safety over the next 5 years. The plan includes one-time expenses, and this is an important distinction, one-time expenses like fire stations, fire trucks, and police vehicles, as well as ongoing expenses for new firefighters, new police officers, and new personnel to support them. The great news, and I think we're very proud of this, is that we've got the one-time projects covered. We have a solid plan to use existing resources to pay for the one-time projects, the fire stations, the fire trucks, and the police vehicles. We can do that. We've got that covered. What we haven't yet secured is a stable source of ongoing revenues to fund the new positions. Once you hire those positions, they become an ongoing expense in your budget year after year. That's why a property tax is one of the options that's being considered tonight to cover the ongoing expenses in the Safe St. George Plan. Now, I want to be clear. The city's under no obligation to approve the Safe St. George Plan. It represents an increase over our existing level of service. So this would be increasing the resources that we're providing to public service, increasing coverage, increasing personnel. If the council desires to fund the Safe St. George Plan, I believe that you essentially have 3 options. The first option is to adopt the property tax increase. This would provide that new, stable, ongoing revenue source for the ongoing personnel expenditures. The second is to reallocate eligible one-time funds from the general fund. So in the general fund, there are a number of one-time projects that you could choose to, instead of doing those projects, you could allocate that money towards the ongoing personnel expenses in the Save St. George plan. Now, this option may appear to be simple, but there's a caveat here that you would be using one-time money to fund ongoing expenses. This is not recommended because you won't have a way to pay for those positions next year, and your problem has only been delayed but not resolved. There's also the issue of the one-time projects that you would be taking the money from. You would need to consider the impact of not doing those projects. Could be very minor, could be negligible, could be significant, but you would want to look at the impacts of not doing those projects. And then finally, if this option is chosen by the council, you would essentially be creating an ongoing unfunded liability in your budget. It could be flagged in our audit. I suspect that it would be, and it could have a negative impact on our bond ratings. So while this is an option, if you choose this route, you just need to do so understanding the risks and the potential challenges it creates for us in future budget years. And then finally, reduce the service level of other general fund activities. So for this option, the council would need to identify which service levels to reduce in the general fund, specifically which departments, services, and positions to eliminate from those that are shown on this slide. Council, no matter which option you select tonight, and we understand that this is a difficult decision, no matter which option is selected, staff will do our best to serve the community at the highest level possible with the resources that were provided. That concludes my comments. We're going to ask our Police Chief Kyle Whitehead and our Fire Chief Robert Stoker to each share a few thoughts briefly, and then the budget team will continue the rest of the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff, and community members. As Adam said, I'm Kyle Whitehead, the Chief of Police. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak this evening, and thank you for your support of our police staff. Throughout my career, the police department has been fortunate to always have the support of the councils and mayors, past and present. It is refreshing to know that in light of many cities throughout the U.S. choosing to defund the police over the past few years, St. George leadership has committed to focusing on public safety first. In fact, we have seen continual increase in funding to keep up with the unprecedented growth that we are witnessing. I am extremely proud of our police department and the people I have the pleasure of working with. Each person, whether sworn or civilian, plays an important part in the safety of our community. The function of public safety in our city rests primarily with the police and fire departments, but there are many other departments in the city that share a part in this endeavor. Some examples include employees from all departments who are often our eyes and ears, the Parks Department who remove the graffiti, building maintenance who keeps police facilities operational, the Finance Department helps us with our procurement and purchasing, the Legal Department resolves the criminal cases, the Fleet Department keeps our vehicles maintained and ready to respond, and many others. It is the work of all employees across all departments throughout the city that keeps our community safe and vibrant. This city is facing some significant challenges. The unprecedented growth we have experienced in St. George has stretched our police resources to a point that we have had to make some minor adjustments to the services we provide. And in some cases, wait times for calls have increased. Staffing has been affected, and I am seeing signs of burnout in employees. I do not want us to get any further behind. We have seen increases in traffic-related issues, outlaw motorcycle gangs settling into our community, illegal drugs, violent crimes, and violence against our officers. Over the past year, the police department has worked with the city manager on a 5-year plan that we feel will get us back on track to keep up with the growth and give us the resources we need to maintain our current quality of life. This plan, Safe St. George, is necessary to help us keep up with the demands for public safety. The primary areas this plan funds for the police include vehicles, competitive compensation, and additional personnel. Safe St. George requires a significant investment in public safety. I believe it is imperative that we fund this with a stable funding source and avoid using one-time money that pushes a greater burden into the future. Council, tonight you are faced with a difficult choice. I encourage you to decide on a long-term solution for the wellness of our city as a whole, not something short-term and non-sustainable. I commit to you that the police department will continue to do our absolute best with the resources we are given. We are committed to keeping this community great by preserving life, maintaining human rights, protecting property, and promoting individual responsibility and community commitment. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. I'm Robert Stoker, Fire Chief of the City of St. George. Over the past several months, we have worked with our budget team, our city administration, along with multiple meetings with our city council concerning the needs for fire, police, and dispatch over the next 5 years. We have identified 3 main areas in the fire department, which include fire stations, apparatus, and equipment, along with our staffing. I addressed these items in a summary letter I sent earlier this month to the council. For over the past 30 years, we have identified and planned for several additional fire stations within the city. These locations for these fire stations have been identified utilizing several methods, including the National Fire Protection Association standards, NFPA, the Insurance Service Office's Fire Suppression Rating Schedule, ISO. ISO sets the rating for the insurance for the city for the fire insurance premiums for our properties. Currently, the city has an ISO rating of a Class 3. When I was appointed to the fire chief position in 1998, the priority was to lower that rating for the city, which was an ISO Class 6 at that time. As we plan and build fire stations, we are able to use our impact fees for these projects. As the city has done our impact fee studies over the last several years, we have to identify and list these fire stations in the studies in order to collect and use impact fees for those stations. The station locations are general at that time and become more defined as areas become developed. These fire stations are needed to reduce the fire department's response times, which have increased from 4 to 6 minutes on average to 7 to 9 minutes over the past 4 years due to the growth in our outlying areas of the city. They are also needed for the city's ISO rating, as any property that is over 5 miles from a fire station has a rating of a Class 10, which is classified as no fire protection. We have several of those areas in the city currently, and they are spot rated when the insurance companies are doing their insurance for those residents and businesses. As we go through our next ISO rating and review, these areas will have an impact on the rating for the city as a whole, which may cause an increase to our ISO rating if we do not improve service to these areas. When the city was planning the fire station in Dixie Downs area in 2003, we worked with our city administration at the time to change the philosophy on how the fire stations were designed and built. The city has built the last 3 fire stations in Dixie Downs, Sun River, and just the one recently opened in Little Valley to accommodate future growth, providing areas for police substations, along with being able to use these fire stations as community areas of safe refuge during an emergency, neighborhood emergency operations centers, and community meeting areas if needed. We have several fire stations, including our headquarters fire station, that we need to remodel or relocate, and they are just over 30 years old. By changing our design of the newer fire stations, we will not need to spend funds to remodel for future needs, and the impact fees funds can be used for the future needed fire stations. The fire stations included in the next 5 years are located in Desert Canyons, Tonnequint, the Ledges, and our replacement fire station in the downtown area. There's also a fire station that will be needed in the Desert Color area, and that is not included in this 5-year plan, as it's over that time that it will be needed. Apparatus in the plan is for the requested fire stations along with requested new positions. The department and the city have looked into funding over the years, alternative funding over the years, including grants from federal, state, and regional sources for staffing, apparatus, and equipment. This brings us to the third and the most important area of the plan, our staffing needs. It is imperative that the city has the adequate number of firefighters it needs, along with having competitive pay, compensation to recruit and retain these firefighters. This is also needed in the police and with police dispatch along with other city departments. I echo the statements from Chief Whitehead concerning the impact of our department's needed growth on other city departments outside the public safety. Our fire department has professional members that do amazing things on a daily basis. The fire service has evolved over the years from firefighting to an all-hazards response service. Our members are not only certified in our core responsibility of firefighting and emergency medical service, but in many specialized areas such as hazardous materials, technical rescue, rope rescue, trench rescue, confined space, fire prevention, along with many others. Our members respond to many different types of incidents daily and must rely on their training, their knowledge, and most importantly, their experience to respond to and mitigate these incidents as safely as possible. The city can have the needed fire stations, apparatus, and equipment, but without qualified and experienced members, we cannot effectively respond to the needs of our citizens. The NFPA standards and ISO rating schedule that are used for fire stations and equipment also address requirements for personnel staffing. In the most recent ISO survey, the city earned a credit of 3.61 out of an available credit of 15 for on-duty personnel. As a city, we need to increase our on-duty staffing to meet the national standards and guidelines. This can be accomplished in a variety of ways, but will require ongoing funding. I'd like to thank you for your willingness to serve as our elected officials, and thank you for your time this evening. If you don't have any other questions for me. Thank you.
I'm going to go next. So. Okay. Mayor and Council, you know who I am, Deanna Berquist. We can't go up. All right. Can you hear me now? Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, let me just go up to the... Technology is not ever my friend, so I apologize for that. Thanks for your patience here. You've heard me so many times talk to you, so here we go. Mayor and Council, thank you for another opportunity to review the city's budget with you. It's complex financial information. It's historical activities, trends, and future needs and resources. I think we can all agree that this process has not been easy. But at a minimum, it has helped us all to strengthen our knowledge of the city's diverse budget, its parameters, its constraints, its challenges, and its opportunities. Much of the information which we'll cover tonight, we've already covered. We've reviewed with you already, but will provide additional perspective for our citizens and may answer questions that they seek here tonight. There's a lot of information in these next slides. Don't get overwhelmed by the numbers. I'll try to be as quick as possible, but first and foremost, I do want to thank you for all your indulgence in the presentations that we've made over time. I especially want to thank our awesome budget and finance team, our communications team, our public safety leadership, and our city manager for all their hard work on Safe St. George. Regardless of tonight's, that is just technology getting after me. Regardless of tonight's outcome, I am extremely proud and honored to work along their sides. So with not much ado, I'll go ahead and get started. I did bring notes, so I'll try to stay up. The city has grown rapidly over the past 10 years. In addition, we are a regional hub to our surrounding communities and others from outside the area. Whether it be that you work here, shop here, or are a tourist, our services support more than our residents and our businesses. According to the U.S. Census, between July 2020 and July 2021, St. George was not only the fastest growing city in the state of Utah, we were also the fastest growing city in the United States. Current reliable revenue sources have not kept pace with the growing demands of our community. Put that somewhere there. As you can see by this slide, and as mentioned by Police Chief Whitehead, demands on our police resources are continually growing. This next slide also shows that demands on our fire services continue to grow as well. With the Safe St. George plan, our goals are to achieve the following for our citizens: to improve coverage, to improve response times, to increase our proactive enforcement, to reduce auto accidents, improve our insurance ratings, as our fire chief mentioned with our ISO, improve our auto insurance for our citizens. With this, we hope that these endeavors that we're making tonight will help us to ultimately save money for our citizens. We'd like to maintain the level of service and response to demands created by a growing population. And we would like to provide a sustainable plan for funding future police public safety needs. So the primary goal of Safe St. George, as mentioned before, is to make a significant impact, not just an impact, significant. The goal is to raise our levels of service and improve our current standards, a long-term investment beginning now. So what will Safe St. George do over the next 5 years for our citizens and for our departments? It will add 68 personnel in our public safety department, in our police department, with 46 new police officers, 36 personnel in our fire department with 34 new firefighters, 4 new fire stations, one of which is a replacement for our headquarters station. Along with that, 12 apparatus, 5 of which are fire trucks, 7 brush and administration trucks. We will also replace 100 police vehicles for our existing officers, and with the Safe St. George, we'll fund 46 new police vehicles. In addition, as City Manager Lenhard mentioned, we will increase the compensation for our current sworn police officers and firefighters, which will help us to retain and recruit those highly needed personnel. And we want to keep our great personnel that are in those departments. So as we've mentioned and is on our information, this is not something that we will do in 1 year. It's a 5-year plan. This demonstrates how those new personnel, fire facilities, and other apparatus and equipment will be added over that 5-year period. It's a pretty lofty goal. I think we can all agree. One of the first slides of this presentation showed all of the various departments which are part of our city's general fund. As stated previously, all of the services we provide add value to our community. As this graph shows, the city has consistently funded the same mixture of all of the services which we provide, with public safety comprising the highest percentage of our general fund at around 40%. To put that in a little more context, over the last 6 years, we've calculated the increases in our property tax. That amounts to $2.8 million. We've increased our public safety departments by $11.5 million. You can see that our increases in property taxes do not keep up with our increases in public safety. The next graph has 2 lines. The red line illustrates the year-over-year percentage budget increases in our public safety departments. This is compared to the blue line, which represents the year-over-year budget increases for all of our non-public safety departments in the general fund. As you can see, the public safety red line has been higher than all of the other departments with the exception of fiscal year 2022. I'll explain what happened there. In fiscal year 2021, we significantly reduced all of our budgets in anticipation of the impacts of the COVID pandemic. We did not reduce the police department and fire department budgets to the same extent. The next year was a catch-up year, fiscal year 2022. We increased the police department, but we also increased all the other departments that took a cut in the prior year. So that is why it jumps in fiscal year 2022 as opposed to the others. In addition to what the graphs don't show you, as City Manager Leonhard mentioned, in police, we have grown 23% in the number of personnel. We've also invested in a new body-worn camera system to help the safety of our police officers. That's a cost of $169,000 ongoing per year. New taser system, new vehicle replacements over the last 6 years cost $2.9 million. And we also renovated a new drug task force building in the amount of $1 million. Fire, we increased employee percentage 70% growth over the last 6 years. We did reduce the reserve firefighters by 70 down to 40 in order to provide funding for that. We converted Station 6 to a fully staffed station and have improved our coverage in that area. We've invested in a new fire pumper that we just received for Little Valley Station, almost $1 million. And we also built the Little Valley Fire Station and staffed that. So to put this, to provide some context as to the number of employees that will be added with the Safe St. George plan, this graph on the orange side, the orange bars, shows the historical investment of the average of 4.5 new personnel in the police department. The bars in the navy blue show the number of police that we will add over the next 5 years with the Safe St. George plan. It is an average of 13.6. That's a 3-time increase in our personnel in the police department. This 3-time increase is the significant impact that we are talking about. It is the reason why we are asking for a property tax increase. We feel confident that if we weren't looking at a 3-time increase, if we stayed on the same trajectory that is shown in this graph, we would not be here today asking for a property tax increase. This next graph is for the fire department. It's the same relationship. Over the past 10 years, it shows an average of 2.4 individuals added. With the Safe St. George plan, we will add 7.2 on average. Again, that's a 3-time increase. As you'll see on the next slide, this plan costs almost $90 million. In order to fund the plan, we went through an analysis process and considered several ways to accomplish this lofty goal. We are looking at a bond issuance, growth in other revenue sources such as sales tax, franchise tax, other fines and revenues, use of our reserves that are in our capital project funds, the property tax, truth and taxation increase, impact fees. This schedule right here is kind of busy. We won't go through everything, thank heavens. We've already gone through it with you before. It shows that we are using 16 revenue sources in order to fund the Safe St. George plan. And then below it also shows how those monies are going to be used. Is it me? Oh, okay. Someone's okay. Okay. That might be it. Okay. All right. Glad it's not me, but got a mess here. Okay. So the pie chart shows all the revenue sources that are involved. The orange part of that pie chart is the property tax increase, and that is 26% of the overall funding. I'll skip this graph. I just talked about that. So there's a lot going on this slide. I'm not going to read it to you, But what it is showing you best practices by the GFOA. The GFOA is the Government Finance Officers Association. They're basically who guides us as a finance department, finance and budget. Cities, towns, counties, school districts across the United States follow best practices provided by the GFOA. One of the foremost and highest practices in budgeting is to have a structurally balanced budget, which means that we fund recurring expenses with recurring revenues. And we fund one-time expenses with one-time revenues. The next slides provide examples of this. So on the left-hand side, you'll see it says ongoing revenues and expenses. Ongoing revenues are items such as sales taxes, innkeeper tax, property tax. They fund compensation that are ongoing, salaries, retirement, health insurance, ongoing operating costs such as fuel, training, utilities. On the right side, we have one-time revenues and one-time expenses. One-time revenues are impact fees, grants, bonds, reserves. They help us fund and construct facilities, purchase fire apparatus, buy police vehicles, and then we have to pay those bond payments back. So keeping this in mind with a structurally balanced budget, here's the Safe St. George 5-year plan. On the left-hand side are your revenues. On the right-hand side are your expenses. So let's kind of break this down into more detail. One-time expenses of equipment. On the left-hand side, you can show how the funding sources that are shown in color offset the expenses of fire apparatus and police equipment that are also shown in the blue and the orange. One-time expenses of fire stations shown on the right also are funded by one-time revenues, police impact fees, our American Rescue Plan funds that we're going to pull and use for that. We're going to issue bonds. We're going to use our capital project reserves. So you can see how they match up. When it comes to our recurring expenses, personnel and operating costs for the new fire stations, you see on the right-hand side we have our new salary and benefits for our new firefighters, our compensation increases for our police. We do have increases for our fire, but we're able to cover those. And then our new salary and benefits for our police department. On the left-hand side, you can see that we've already used some existing revenues in order to fund that. The missing piece of the pie is the property tax increase shown in the light blue of $23 million. So property taxes provide a stable, sustainable, reliable, and recurring revenue source. The city has not increased our property tax rate in 35 years. We've been very resourceful. We're proud to say that we have not done that. We understand that the current economic pressures which our citizens are facing, and we have looked at revenue sources the city has available and have tried to keep our property tax increase as minimal as possible. We've worked hard to evaluate all other funding sources instead of an increase in property taxes. Almost 40% of the $38 million that we need for the personnel costs are funded by other revenue sources. We are looking for that additional 61% to fund. For this critical of a purpose, the most prudent approach is to provide a recurring, sustainable, and stable revenue that are less vulnerable to economic fluctuations which property taxes provide. So this graph's a little busy. Basically what it is showing over the next 5 years how the new personnel, the cost for the new personnel layer up. This year's property tax increase will help fund up to the orange line. Above that, we'll have to look at additional funding. Also to provide a little bit more context, this graph shows how the police department's operating expenses have grown over the last 12 years. This graph in comparison shows that our property tax revenues have grown minimally over the past 12 years. So putting this together, these graphs together, what you'll see is the property tax in the orange, the police budgets in the green. In the blue boxes, that shows you how much property tax covers as a percentage of our public safety operating budgets. In fiscal year 2023, property taxes covered about 70% of our public safety budgets. That has eroded by 20%. We are now at 50% in fiscal year 2022. In fiscal year 2023, if we keep the positions in the Safe St. George plan, that will go down to 44%. With the property tax increase, that will go back up to 55%. So we wanted to talk about a few of the frequently asked questions regarding property values and property tax. Property values are not determined by the city. They are determined by the county assessor's office. The county assessor determines their property values based upon data from recent sales of property with similar characteristics such as age, condition, size, location. Property taxes will generally not go up as property values increase. This is due to the state's property tax system, which is a revenue neutral system. The city's tax revenues do not increase as property values increase. So you can see by this graph that the property values increase, however, our tax revenues have stayed the same. So the certified tax rate is calculated annually by the county clerk auditor. It's based upon the property values and the taxing agency, such as the city, the revenue amount that we are requesting. Revenue neutral means that that tax rate is set so that it will generate the same amount of property tax revenue for the city as it did in the last year, based upon the same properties. This does preclude new growth. New growth is the only way that we've increased our property tax revenues. So the graphic shows that as property values go up, the tax rate comes down. For example, if property values go up by 10%, the tax rate will come down by 10%. That means we'll receive the same amount of money. And I want to show you how this has worked for the city of St. George. The blue bars show the property values on the average primary residential for the city of St. George. You can see they're going up. We all know that they're going up. So the certified tax rate will reduce commensurate with that increase. And you can see by the red line, our certified tax rate has been going down. So I also wanted to remind everybody that our property tax bill for the city of St. George, we
Deanna,
only...
just one.
Yeah.
The whispering from Mr. Aldred, please keep it down. We can hear you up here. Thanks.
So the property tax bill, City of St. George comprises only 12% of the property tax bill that our citizens receive. School district comprises 70%, the water district 6%, the county 12%. We only have control over that 12%. For that 12%, we do provide 24-hour police service, 24-hour fire, 24-hour dispatch, streets maintenance and traffic control, parks maintenance and trails maintenance, among other amenities or other services. So we did want to talk about how to read your tax bill. There's some confusion in that area. One of the things is the property tax value. We have heard from some citizens, and through this process, fortunately, some of them have realized that their property is being taxed as secondary residential and not primary residential. If your market value and you have a primary residential, then you do get that 45% exemption, as this shows. What we'd like our citizens to focus on is the line on their tax bill that says St. George City. And you can see how that goes across, and the changes for the proposed tax increase right here would be on an average home of $566,000 would be about $60 a year or $5 a month. One of the things that we do know is on our tax bills this year for all of our properties across the state of Utah is that the state school fund froze their tax rate between 2018 and 2022. We have no control over this. The Washington County Assessor's Office has issued this information. I won't read it, but they've tried to explain what's going on there. Compared to other cities in Washington County, St. George is one of the lowest. We are at 232 on average for a primary residential. And you can see how we stack up. That's $19.33 a month. We are number 7 as terms of the top 10 populous cities in the state of Utah. When we compare ourselves to those other cities, we are at the lowest. If this tax increase is approved tonight for the $60 additional on average per year, we would bump up a couple of cities here, and we would be between Virgin and Santa Clara. So as we've mentioned in our information that we've provided, we do anticipate 3 increases over the next 5 years. The one we are here to talk about tonight is the first increase, fiscal year 23 budget at an estimated 27%. Fiscal year 25, we are looking at 12.5%. Fiscal year 27, another 10%. Those dollar amounts over the next 5 years, if implemented, would be a total of $10.15 on average. We are hopefully not going to have to do those additional percentages. The plan has been made to be flexible and for us to evaluate it from year to year. As far as property tax relief, there are some abatement and exemption programs out there that the Washington County Clerk Auditor's Office oversees. They're listed here. We've also listed them on our Safe St. George website under a link. Common questions: why aren't other revenue sources being considered? Sales taxes, impact fees, golf course fees. I'll quickly run through these. We are looking at sales tax as part of the 5-year plan. Sales taxes are the largest revenue in our general fund. However, we receive only 1% of the 6.75% levied in St. George. You can see by the graph on the right, the state of Utah receives about 72% of that. Sales taxes are collected at the point of sale by each business and remitted to the State Tax Commission. The State Tax Commission then remits it back to the city of St. George based on a formula of 50% based upon the point of sale where that business is located, and 50% based upon the population, our population compared to the populations across the whole state. When everything is said and done, we usually get about 80% of the 1% that our businesses collect. So it gets diluted in the process. Sales taxes are vulnerable to fluctuations in the economy. They are not stable. This graph right here shows that during the Great Recession, we lost $14.3 million during the 8-9 year period that we were in the Great Recession. It's also, top producing businesses are also highly subject to the economy and discretionary income. For example, new car sales make up 11% of our sales tax money. It's also subject to state legislative changes. The city cannot increase our 1% to a higher percentage. And as I mentioned, the distribution formula is based upon other cities' point of sale. This graph right here shows that, for example, in fiscal year 21, the point of sale was 37 million. We got 30 million. If we go to a population base, that would go down to 23 million, which is a drastic cut in our budget. This demonstrates how vulnerable sales taxes are to our general fund budget and the services we provide. Impact fees. They are used to construct eligible facilities and infrastructure. They can only be used to construct infrastructure. They cannot be used for the cost of operation and maintenance. We did increase our impact fees to the developers in December 2020. It's a very arduous process, as you can relate to those that were here during that process. We did increase the police impact fees. The residential increased by 10%, commercial increased by 65%. We increased the fire impact fees, residential by 68%, commercial by 118%. Impact fees are being used to construct the new fire facilities in the Safe St. George plan. What we will do is we will issue bonds in the amount of about $11 million, and then we'll use our impact fees revenues to pay back those bonds. The graph on the right shows you where those new stations are going to be, with the first one in Desert Color in fiscal year 23, the next one in Tonnequin area, and then the next one in Ledges over the 5-year plan. So golf. Fiscal year 23 budget includes a fee increase at the golf courses. This will be the 3rd time in the last 5 years that we've increased our golf fees. The golf courses this year will be contributing $406,000 towards the general fund in the fiscal year 2023 budget. And we wanted to break that down because I know there is a little bit of confusion out there as to how this works. The budgeted revenues are $6,585,000. The budgeted expenses are $7,959,000. However, those budgeted expenses include two big projects in them, one being the St. George Clubhouse remodel and one being the Sunbrook Pump Station. We are funding those from reserves. Without those being in the golf department budget, the net revenue after those transfers of covering from reserves is $406,000. That is going to our general fund. That is helping to pay also for our public safety. This is just a quick graph to show that golf course revenues are also, like sales tax, highly stable or highly unstable. The economy will impact, how the economy is doing will impact our golf revenues. So as we started out with this whole truth in taxation process, we did have our primary goals of communicating with you and educating our citizens and also our taxing partners. So how did we do? So just to recap, we have had 10 meetings with mayor and council, and it's been a stepping process as we've gone. With our communication and outreach with our citizens, the two highlighted areas, county estimated tax notices, which our citizens received in July 22nd, and two truth in taxation ads, which we had to put in the newspaper 2 weeks prior and 1 week prior. Those are the only communication outreach that are required by the state of Utah. We've tried to go above and beyond that. You can see through the Safe St. George website, overviews, FAQs, how to read your tax bill, a property tax calculator. We had 1,800 views on the Safe St. George website, and we received 53 comments, which we've provided to you. We also have videos by Melissa Anderson with the CEC, a property tax 101 video, a Safe St. George summary. In print, we put it in the Inside St. George magazine. We sent this information to our utility customers, 26,000 inserts that we mailed, and we emailed almost 23,000 of that utility bill insert. We've had press releases, social media, radio ads, billboards, presentations that we've done. So I think we've gone above and beyond and tried to help everyone understand what it is we're trying to achieve. This is just the utility bills. In addition, we also put on the utility bill a message advising them of when the truth in taxation would occur. We have endorsements. The Utah Taxpayers Association has issued a statement. The Dixie Fraternal Order of Police, the Utah Fraternal Order of Police, the Chamber of Commerce. Articles have covered this information, St. George News, Spectrum, Salt Lake Tribune. I did want to mention what the Utah Taxpayers Association said, a couple of things. The Utah Taxpayers Association has found that the best practice for taxing entities is to go through the truth in taxation process every 5 to 8 years. It is notable that St. George has only gone through the process once in the entire 30 years since the laws were passed. And let me explain that. There was a time when the state law changed, and because of that, all the counties adjusted the tax rates for the different entities. It shows up as an increase, even though we did not request that increase. They had to keep us whole, though. So it is understandable that raising the certified tax rate is necessary. City has done a good job of explaining why the tax increase is needed at this point and has kept the increase modest. In summary, why is the city property tax increase proposed? The additions proposed in the public safety are significantly expanded beyond the typical year additions, up to a 3-time higher investment to improve the level of service in our public safety departments. A significant portion of Safe St. George is in recurring costs of personnel, which will grow each year as the new personnel are added as part of the plan. The city needs a stable, reliable, and recurring revenue source to pay for the recurring costs associated with this part of the plan. These service additions will provide a benefit citywide to all citizens, not just our new residents. It will provide expanded fire coverage, increased police presence, improve our emergency response times, expanded proactive police enforcement and prevention programs. The funds generated by the tax increase will be dedicated to public safety. We are committed to tracking those funds as they come in and as they are spent. In the resolution before you tonight, it states the increment of property tax revenues generated for the general fund from the rate set forth above the calculated certified tax rate is $3,159,000, of which amount will be designated and restricted annually towards funding the city's public safety services beginning with fiscal year 2023, and until such time this amount is amended by City Council. And with that, that concludes my presentation. So thank you.
Thank you, Dan. I want to also give kudos to you and our budget team. You guys have spent an immense amount of hours working on this plan and worked with our chiefs and our city manager to come up with it. So thank you for all your hard work and your presentation. With that, I'm going to open the public hearing. If anybody on the front row has come to speak, we'll start on this side and go to this side and continue that way.
Mayor, City Council members, first of all, I'd like to thank you for your service and thank you for the presentation. Normally, I don't speak up in these occasions,
Larry,
but...
you need to introduce yourself.
Excuse me?
Say your name and spell it for the record.
Larry Blake. I'm a property owner in St. George. Normally, I wouldn't come to this type of meeting, but with our economy in the shape we're in right now, and I'm not sure everybody's aware of where we're at with our economy. Speaking with our county recorder the other day, we're down 38% in recordings in the county recorder's office, that year to date. So that tells me that we're on a downswing. In Washington, D.C., we're debating over whether we're in a recession or not, and whether we're having inflation. And I think we all can agree we are in a 40-year inflation high, and we are entering a recession. I understand that we would all like to spend more money on public safety, but with what's coming down, I think this is just poor timing. It looks like you need to generate some funds out of the general fund to help public safety if that's what you really want to do. With the recordings down, with the economic, with the interest rate where we're at right now, trying to slow down this inflation, I think we're going to see a downturn. So I'll just finish. I would like to ask you to vote no on this tax increase at this time. Look within your income stream and make adjustments to balance the budget like every business will need to do during this recession. Thank you very much.
No applause.
My name is Niall Nessen. That's N-Y-A-L-N-E-S-S-E-N. And
There
I
is a
am
delay out there.
property
Kyle,
owner
tell him.
in St. George City. Lost my voice, I'm sorry here. I think this meeting is very intriguing to me, and I can see that there is a definite need for more finances, and I don't know exactly where they're going to come from. I'm a retired person on a fixed income, and the medical expenses and everything else seem to be going through the roof. And something somewhere has got to give. One thing I will say, I have volunteered my time free of charge to the city to be used, and it has never been taken. And I think this is a goldmine source of services that can be performed to the community without cost. And I think it aids me, it aids the community, and it does more than we can realize. And I understand there's some very strong legal ramifications for that, but I think something is going to have to give. When I look at the grocery store and we're talking $4 a can for olives or pineapple or something else, when not that long ago they were under $1, where do we go? And I think you've got a tremendous problem. I can see the need for more money. I don't know where it's going to come from.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Steve Kemp. I do live in the city of St. George and own property. I'm not here to tell you how to vote one way or the other, or to encourage you to vote one way or another. I have spent quite a bit of time on the Utah Taxpayer Association's website the last week, and I didn't even understand what that organization does. They're 100 years old. It's utahtaxpayer.org. I would ask that you each, take a look at that organization and what they do and the resources that they provide. Whether they've endorsed this or not, I think there are some really unique opportunities to take advantage of. I mean, their slogan is, "We're your watchdog." That's their whole goal. Usually they're arguing with the state legislature, because the state legislature doesn't have to do the truth in taxation process the way that we do here in the city and other places. But their objectives and purposes are to, create a tax structure which permits a strong, healthy economy and sensible balance, rational control of government expenditures, scrutinize tax programs and the proliferation of taxable government acts, seeking out the orderly elimination of government programs or agencies that no longer serve a useful purpose by confronting and cooperating with public officials through and the use of facts, increasing the public's awareness, participation, and understanding of taxation and its ramifications, being responsive to constituencies that the association serves, meaning the Utah Taxpayers Association. I would ask you to just take a harder look at what they do, and I think they're a resource that maybe is being underutilized by the municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tyson Wright, TysonWright, and I am a property owner here in St. George. I first want to say thank you for your diligence in the process. As we saw this evening, it was a long process, and this is just one of those steps, so thank you for your service. This evening I come as a community member, and I put my support behind the voting of yes for this Safe St. George, because as we saw, the increases of responses by our police department and our fire department are only growing, and we need to match that effort with what we're providing to those individuals. They're out there on the front lines day in, day out, but through the funding of this Safe St. George, we can increase their efforts through what I believe can be proactive efforts, especially on the police department side of things. It was mentioned and shown, and it's on everyone's mind, that the economy is down, but crime does not follow that. In my profession, I work in fighting human trafficking, and just in the last year, there's been an increase of 35% of reported cases of online exploitation. And those are cases that are most effectively fought in a proactive manner. And with the increase of a digital style and functions of those crimes comes the increased need for technology and resources to be proactive in fighting that. I thank you again for the service that you provide and for the efforts that you've put in researching and doing your due diligence.
Thank you. Anyone else on the front row want to comment? Okay, then we'll move to the second row, starting over here.
My name is Nathan Hunter, Nathanhunter. I do thank all of you guys for your time. I know you put a lot of time, and it's thankless. I know you guys don't get paid very much. I've had to learn that as I've sifted through everything I can find lately. So I would say you're one of the very underpaid people here, actually. Wish that could be changed. Might change some other things, I don't know. I would say that this is the country that has put a man on the moon, won 2 world wars, built the Hoover Dam. I think out of a $500 million budget, we can find money for the police officers without raising taxes, and for the fire department, public safety. I really believe that if we cannot accomplish that, it's ridiculous. I don't know what it's going to take because I'm not in city government. Maybe I should get more involved than I plan to. But I think that there has to be a way besides just tapping the taxpayers every single time. I have noticed, we talked, big, long presentation with lots of slides. I don't have access to your technology. I have slides of my own. There's been lots of increases in salaries in city government, 7, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10% increases year over year, not to public safety, some to public safety. Of course, they're in the mix, but some of those are administrators and things. It seems to me if we really cared about public safety, we would shift from things that are maybe not so essential to things that are critically essential. And I do not know anybody here, I've not heard one person say that they don't think the police officers are due all that they get and more, as the case may be, as far as police officers on the street doing real police work. And it just needs to come from somewhere else. And that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you.
Greg Aldred, Precinct 2, living in the heart of Dixie. Congratulations on your grandbaby. I hope health to the mom and the baby.
Thank you.
I understand that we need to change some laws and rules. Our county commissioner, our legislators need to make it possible for you guys to be able to group your funding and spend where it needs to be. I made a proposal myself about other capital gains through a golf course. You don't have to be so defensive of ideas from some of our citizens to help make this budget happen. Everybody here, there's not anybody in this congregation that is not about supporting our police officers and our emergency services. I think that's absolutely right. And that's where the priority needs to be. Fund them, and fund them for what they need. That is your duty as government, is our public safety. That's first. Tourism tax has to go here, recreation has to go there. I understand all that. But our public safety is number one. And you can do better. A lot of you are business people. I know a couple of you that have sharp minds that can find the funding for this. And because we do not want a tax increase during a recession, most of you are businessmen and women. Would you be giving your employees raises right now in a recession? It's going to happen. How many survived 2008? We've been here, we've seen it, we've had to suck up our belts. Every staff and division, department, including Adam and everybody else, needs to take a 10% chunk and donate it to our police force. Maybe buy them lunch with it or something. Anyway, I do appreciate you, and I just think you should say no in a recession on any tax increases, and time should never be a factor. It never should be, we haven't increased because of 35 years we haven't done it. That's never a good reason to raise taxes. God bless you. I pray for all of you. I really do. Some of you don't care much for me, but I love you too, because that's what we're taught. That's what we're taught. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on the second row?
My name is Mike Maser. I live in St. George, M-A-S-E-R. I would be first off to tell you, criminals love recessions. Okay? The worse it is, the more they like it, the more they profit from it. I would ask you to get with the police department and determine the rate of fentanyl into this county, into this city, year over year, and what do we do about it? That's my first point. Second point is, I'm very aware when you have to recruit people for any job, but especially the police department, and the qualifications you need, you do the background checks, you get the best and brightest, hopefully, and then Salt Lake City or somebody else says, hey, they've already done this, and over time, you're not going to get the best and brightest in St. George. I guarantee it. So I would encourage increased salary for law enforcement and to actually quantify what this rate is for getting somebody on staff, going through that background check process, and how much money are you losing after training and losing them to somebody else north or wherever they go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Johnny Hepler, Johnnnyheppler, and I'm a resident of St. George City. Also been a law enforcement officer for about 19 years now, a little bit over that. And I've seen the tremendous growth that you've all seen. I want to thank all of those that put so much effort into preparing this budget and to digging in the corners and finding all of the areas that we could tighten things up so that we could be fiscally responsible and good stewards of taxpayers' money. The job that our police officers are doing and our firefighters and all of our city employees, we've done to the degree that we could be the absolutely most efficient that we possibly can. And we've reached our limits. We are behind with our staffing, and our police officers are working extra hours, some 12, 13, 14-hour shifts, only to get a few hours of sleep and be back doing the exact same thing again. We need more police officers, and if we're going to do that, we have to be competitive, and we have to be in the conversation with all of those other law enforcement agencies that we're competing against for good men and women to help place themselves in harm's way and keep our citizens of St. George safe. I appreciate you. I know that this is a difficult decision. I know that you all do back the blue. I do feel that, and I feel your support. Timing is of the essence, and unfortunately we have found ourselves in a position where we need to act now so that we can recruit and keep this city the safe city that I grew up in and that my family will grow up in, and that so many of us have moved here to love and enjoy. I thank you for your time, and I would put my support behind the Safe St. George program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Aaron Berquist, St. George resident, property owner.
Aaron, you want to spell your last name?
Berquist. I've been a police officer with St. George City for 17 years, and I echo what Johnny just said. This has to happen. We, every police officer in our department, we have to have this. We had to have it 5 years ago. We understand better than everybody what we're doing out there every night and every day, the safety issues that we encounter, and it's come to a head. This is the best plan that's been proposed. I appreciate everybody supporting law enforcement and saying that we're going to fund police, but we've been hearing that a long time. How's that going to happen? What does that look like? It's got to happen, and I would urge you, and I appreciate the support that we've always had from you, but I would urge you to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Crook, Susancrook. I live in St. George, and I'm a property owner. I have heard the presentation, very well done. I have talked with some of you council members and city staff during this budget making process, and I understand that you have done all you can to make this budget work. We are now here this evening to consider the vote. And so I say, I support the property tax increase, and I support keeping the rest of the very bare bones funding in the general budget that is already there. Thank you for all your service, and thank you so much to our public safety officers.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Janet Aumann, Aumann, and I am a property owner in St. George. And I wanted to speak too. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm actually opposed to the tax increase. I'm not opposed to supporting our police officers and our fire department. I can see the growth of the city. And that it's needed. The reason I'm opposed is because I'm getting ready, or I was planning to retire this fall. I've worked in healthcare for 40 years, hospitals 38 years, our local hospital 20 years. I understand burnout, I understand fatigue, and I understand stress. And as I look at whether or not I think now that I can afford retirement, I've already done my 2023 budget. And even with Social Security, the increase that's occurred and an increase in my pension, it's not going to be enough to cover this budget. I was not planning on, when I look at the assessment, you know, that was sent out, I forget what you call that. Even though the meeting is to focus on, you know, the part that the city is talking about, the purpose of this meeting tonight, you know, as a homeowner, I have to look at the whole thing. And it's a $200 increase for me for the year, which is $17 a month. And plus, with the increase in the property values and everything, that also increases my insurance on the house and everything else. So I don't know that I'm actually going to be able to afford, you know, to retire. I might have to I might have to actually go back to work. I might have to sell the home and not be able to stay in St. George, because I don't see how I can do this. And I've done a lot of planning over the last few years. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I know it's a tough decision. I don't envy that. But I wanted to express that to you. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to the third row, starting over here.
My name is Mark Hodges, M-A-R-K, H-O-D-G-E-S. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for all that you do. Especially thank you for our police and fire department. Coming from, I have a lot of family in the police and also in fire. Please give them what they need to help and support our city. Fully behind that. However, I am against this tax increase. Not only am I a property owner here, oops, I don't want to show any slides. Not only am I a property owner here in St. George, but I was a former city employee from 95 to 2000. I was city forester. I also run a small business here in St. George. And to reiterate what Larry Blake said, it's hard running a business here. I mean, not only is it feels like a fight against government running a small business, it's not just the federal government that comes down on us small businesses. It's the state, it's the county, and unfortunately it is from you city that kills us small business owners of having to comply and do taxes and do all these things that government puts upon us as small business owners. Taxes, they don't go down, they don't go away once they're started. You know, 2008, I was like, oh boy, my house went up. I finally maybe can get out of it what I put into this house as property values went up. And my taxes went up. And then the recession of 2008, I go, oh, I'm not gonna have to pay as much taxes. No, that's not what happens. The taxes stay the same. The taxes are still hurt. It's easy to pay or spend other people's money. It's hard to make those cuts, and I'd appreciate it if you could make those cuts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Are you happy?
Very.
I'm trying to be. Just, is it my name is Stephen Belcher. I live in Little Valley, and Adam knows me.
Will you spell your last name for us, please?
B-E-L-C-H-E-R.
Thank you.
Is it appropriate here to ask questions, or is it just statements?
Just comments at this point. And if you have a question, our budget team is writing the questions down so we can ask them afterwards.
When I started getting Dixie Power bills, because I moved here 9 years ago, there was no city energy tax. Now it's $10.47 a month. That's $120 a year you're getting, which is more, almost a third of what you're doing on my property tax, and you're getting that every year. I would be curious if somebody could tell me why you started charging that, because it didn't exist 9 years ago. And what are you doing with that extra money that you are now taxing me on? And then another question I'd like answered sometime is, what was the budget here 10 years ago, and what was the population 10 years ago? Good questions to see what your ratio is. I know Jimmy too. The next thought is impact fees. I mean, she explained a little bit, but it was a little question on whether the builders have been lobbying you to keep the impact fees down so that they can afford, the home sell easier, because those I thought would help pay for whatever new move-ins would cost the city to run things, roads, police, and any other stuff like that. And so that's questions that I have that makes me wonder why this almost $100, what is it again? I just added up. Anyway, the other comment is my property taxes went up $800 in 9 years. And I don't know where that money went, but obviously you're not getting it. So it'd be good questions to be answered by somebody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Erica Hodges, Hodges, and thank you for providing this opportunity for us to come and speak. I think what can be accomplished tonight, we can fund the police and fire fully, and we can also not raise taxes, and it can coexist together happily, I believe. I think it's urgent that you listen to your constituents. Okay, the tax increases, this isn't the last one. We're all going to meet at the Washington County School Board meeting when they want to raise our taxes next, because that's coming. But we can't put this impact and burden on our citizens. I beg you to vote against the tax increase. I beg you to cut your spending in other areas and fund what we need to, and not think we need to provide every service in addition to just the essentials. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dana McCabe, DANAMCCABE. First, I would like to say thank you for your service. However, I feel like this is a disservice, what you guys are trying to do to the taxpayers. I've heard the term misinformation. What is misinformation is that this city does not have enough money to fund our first responders, police, fire. I have a question for all city council members. At what point would you ever stand up and say, first and foremost, we fund our police? Out of a $100 million budget, the first $27 million should have went to our police. It should not be pitted against police, against constituents as far as taxes go. The city manager's budget doubled before our police were funded. That shouldn't have happened. So I'm asking you guys to do the responsible thing. As wise stewards at home, I have to cut something. I don't go charge somebody else, put it on a bank card. All you representatives work for us, we the people, and I'm asking you to fund our police first. That should have been the first $27 million out of $100 million or $500 million. So are you guys saying that if this tax increase doesn't go in, you're not going to pay our police officers? I call BS.
Good evening. My name is April McKee, MCKEE. I agree that we definitely need to fund our police departments, but I feel that since we are in a recession as well as an inflationary period, that hopefully you can take money from somewhere else that is not as needed and as important as our police and fire. We are seeing prices soar. Gas prices are especially egregious here. We're paying nearly 60 cents more per gallon than the national average. I'm not sure why that happens, but it is. We are seeing house prices stagnate and or decrease due to fewer people being able to buy homes with rising mortgage interest rates due to the inflation. We've got food prices that are set to double. Some already have bacon and eggs, for an example. Within the next year, as our farmlands are sold for development, and much of that we have seen around here. We have thousands of homes being built, along with apartment houses, condos, and patio homes. Increased property taxes are prevalent there. The Netherlands and Canada are shutting down farmlands. Ukraine farmland has been destroyed. Biden is planning on paying our farmers here in the U.S. to not plant crops this next coming year. No farms, we have no food. And scarcity always brings unaffordable prices. I have lived here for 23 years and have seen a rapid proliferation of commercial and personal property. I would beg you to try to find somewhere else to curtail spending so that our police and our safety come first, which should be one of our top priorities. Please do not use safety as an excuse, as DC does every year, to overtax your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Kurt. My name is Kurt Sorweid, and it's spelled S-O-R-W-E-I-D. I thank you for all the hard work that you did putting this together. However, I totally disapprove of a tax increase. We are in a recession. Food prices are up over 12%. Gas prices are up 40% from 1 year ago. Auto prices are up 21%. These are just a few prices we've seen increase in the last year. St. George has a lot of growth here. 2019 we had 2,804 homes. 2020, 3,448 new homes. I don't know what the numbers are in 2021 or 2022, but I would expect even more growth. With all that growth, much more tax revenue. I'm sure you know the numbers. Also, the median prices have climbed, which means even more tax dollars. Median home prices in St. George in 2021 was $489,000. In 2022, as of July, it's $675,000. As a resident of St. George, I would ask why we need a tax increase. We should be conservative now that we are in a recession. We should be looking at areas we can save and not spend more outrageous building projects. I would guess more citizens here in St. George are cutting expenses, not increasing wasteful spending. This council has an interesting track record. Do you want to be the council known as a history of drag queen approving tax raising council? We as citizens will remember what you are doing come election time. I urge you to do the right thing and rethink the budget increase. Thank you.
My name's Mike McKee, MCKEE. I'm just going to reiterate, like a lot of the citizens.
Wait, just 1 minute. Those people out in the lobby, you're on a time delay, actually. And so it comes into the council chambers. I've asked for no applause, please. And if it continues, we're going to have to clear out the lobby because it keeps coming into here. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to reiterate what a lot of the citizens have already said. When do we stop raising taxes? I know the city needs more money. I know the county needs more money. I know the water district wants more money. I know the school district wants more money. The federal government is hacking money and making it like crazy. Causes inflation. We don't have the money to do this. Find another way. Maybe you need to decrease salaries to some of the administrators to make up the budget. I don't know. I don't get privy to the budget. It was an excellent presentation. I'll give you that. But we cannot continue to tax, tax, tax. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for all you guys do. Thank you for the budget team. Doesn't go unnoticed. Jeremy Needles, Needles. I'm also a law enforcement officer here in St. George, 17 years. It's funny, I wasn't going to come up and talk, but I've been compelled to kind of come up and say a few things. We are the best city in the state, right? We have 2 Ironmans. We have a marathon. We draw hundreds of thousands of people into our city. I'm also the traffic sergeant, right? Many of you guys have emailed me about the complaints about speeders and the traffic in St. George. This last week I did a study on Sunset. Over the course of 7 days, we had 158,000 people use that roadway. It's not just the citizens of St. George that use it, it's the whole community, Washington County itself. We've had officers that come from out of state. One specific one came from California. He didn't like it for his family, chose to come here. In the process of the increase in homes, he no longer could afford to stay here, and his training experience, he chose to go back to California. I asked that you guys do the tax increase because we need it. We have become, as law enforcement, we've become defensive as opposed to going and addressing the issues you have. My traffic officers that I supervise, a lot of times are responding to accidents instead of addressing these red light runners and all the problems we're seeing. So it's interesting. We should fund the police. We talk about funding the police. We have some of the greatest citizens here in St. George. We have some of the greatest city council. But we want to fund the police until it's not time to fund the police, which is kind of ironic. So I ask, it's a hard thing. Please look at the bigger picture instead of short term, because that's what we need. In 10 years from now, what's going to happen? What's going to draw the best officers to City of St. George and firefighters. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the third row over on that side? Okay, then we'll go to the fourth row.
Is that working? Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Sydney, S-Y-D-N-I, Makemo, M-A-K-E-M-O, and I'm a landowner here in St. George. And I stand at this place that's kind of ironic for me because, and maybe I could become the most hated person in this room and save some heat from you guys, but I don't want to see more law enforcement hired. I do not want to see more law enforcement on the streets. That kind of stands opposite of what I fight for quite often in police reform and all those kinds of things. However, if Chief Whitehead says to me that we need more police officers on the street, I'm going to hear him and I'm going to listen to him, because if he says they're being burnt out, then I'm going to believe him, because he's built trust within the community and he's shown me that he cares about our civil rights and our safety just as much as I do, which says a lot coming from a police chief. And I would say he does that more than any police chief than I have met across the state, and I've worked with a lot of them. So if he says they're burnt out, then I guess I would support putting more law enforcement on the street. Don't tell my friends. Because I don't want to see law enforcement out there burnt out and going into my schools where my kids are and trying to keep them safe, or giving them a gun if they're burnt out and they're not feeling okay. One of the things I also like about that budget is increasing their wages, because if we're going to have law enforcement on the street, it had better be the best. It better be people, not the bottom of the barrel. And I know everybody says, well, get money from somewhere else. Where are we going to get it from? Parks and Recreation, administration, because that's who I want running the city, is people that aren't the best of the best. Bring in the best. Make it so it is safer here. Make it so we have access to these resources. And the people that are going to benefit from the most are the people sitting in this room. And I don't mean the law enforcement that are over here talking. I mean the landowners. Landowners are going to benefit the greatest by having more law enforcement and the best law enforcement. We will benefit the most out of everybody. So I said a lot in 2 minutes. Maybe they'll hate me more than you. You're doing a great job. Thank you so much. And vote yes.
Thank you.
My name's Gary Lemke, Lemke. I'm a tax, well, my wife and I fight about who actually pays the taxes around here. But I urge you to support this resolution and vote in the tax increase. I've sat in those seats in another city. I've chased around moving money from department to department, and I know it gets nowhere. The only way you're going to fund this is to pass this tax increase. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Dan Cooper, DANCOOPER. Congratulations on the grandchild. Mayor,
Thank you.
they're wonderful. You get to spoil them and send them home.
Exactly.
It's a great thing.
It's the best.
Look, 2 years ago, the budget was $250 million. Now it's over $500 million in 2 years. That's ridiculous. One, the first thing a community does when they move into a new place is to hire a sheriff, elect a sheriff. That's the natural law, the biblical law, and the constitutional law to protect our God-given rights of life, liberty, and property. You've neglected to do that. If I had it in my power, I'd have a recall bill and recall all of you. Okay? It's either negligence or it's incompetence, and you haven't done it. That's the first thing you should do, as has been previously said. $500 million budget, and you have to raise taxes. I would like to say I'm a homeowner. I don't owe anything on my house. However, I don't own my house. I rent it from the government. If I don't pay my property tax, guess what? You come and snatch it from me. Okay? So I don't appreciate that. I look at that as theft. Legal plunder, as Frederick Bastiat would say. Okay? So, good. Now, on the other side of the coin, you do fund leisure services and golf. That's not in the Constitution, natural law, or the biblical law. That's in communism. You support communism, you don't support your oath. Look, you could sell the power company to Dixie Power, or whatever that little company is. Stop competing with them. Get rid of it. That's your one-time funding to get the big stuff, and then you get rid of the golf. Golf's not constitutional. Leisure services, you can clean that up, and you can fund it constantly. You could do it if you want to do it. You don't want to do it. That's unfortunate. Thank you.
Thank you. No. Applause. No. Next time, sir, you're out.
Hello, Nathan Lemke, Lemke. I'm a law enforcement officer here.
Speak into the mic.
I'll have to do one of these. Sorry, I'm a little taller. This is an exciting night for you guys. I know there's some anger, I think, in the room. I can sense that. Everybody can. I think there's some excitement, though, too, right? Because you have, I should say, an opportunity to make a real difference for this community. I've worked in law enforcement here just for a few number of years. I have my colleagues here who are way senior to me. But just in those few years, I've been able to see the men and women that I work with do some absolutely amazing things. And I'll even throw the fire guys in there too. But the police officers in this city do amazing work with very few resources. And the resources that they have been stretched and used and multi-purposed in ways that are absolutely amazing. And I think the community is seeing the effects of that we've been able to maintain a very high standard, but the community is changing. And so are the needs of the police department. And I think if the community is excited about the future and has an expectation, as they should, that the community is going to remain safe and that things are going to remain at a high level, then the police need to be funded and the fire need to be funded as well. I suspect you guys have already made up your minds on how you're going to vote. If it was me, I'd probably put a big check yes there, but that's just me again. So thank you for your time. I appreciate all the work that you've done, and thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kimball Willard, Kimballwillard. I live in Little Valley, and I believe that this budget has not been presented truthfully. It's been presented in such a way that if you are not for funding the proposal for the emergency services, you are against emergency services. Whereas been stated earlier, that should have been funded first. Do we need 46 officers and 22 civilian support over the next 5 years? Do we really need that much growth? I'm for supporting our cops and our firemen and doing the proper expansion. But case in point, this morning and Tuesday morning at the bottom of the hill coming off of Red Cliff Parkway in front of Sugarloaf, there was 4 officers running a speed trap. 1 officer is safety. 4 officers is a cash grab. I think there's a misallocation of resources going on, not only within the police department, but overall within the city. And a reallocation could allow us to have proper funding for our police officers and our firemen without having to increase our taxes. The Facebook post that we've seen and the presentation today talked about funds that can't be moved legally. But nowhere has it been talked about the funds put aside for the new city hall. You could take several million from that, fund what you need now, postpone that project, and then fix this in the next budget, and without having to increase our taxes. We are not Salt Lake. We are not Park City. We are not California, and we don't want to be. I grew up in Southern California in the 80s. It was idyllic. Moved here in the late 80s, and as I matured, my heart was broken when I saw California municipalities doing garbage like this that is unnecessary and running their economy into the ground. We don't have a funding problem. We have a budgeting problem, and we also have a problem with properly allocated resources. We need to account for the growth in these emergency services, but we need to do a better job of doing that. You need to do a better job of doing that. Thank you.
Hi, City Council and Mayor. My name is Jamie Ballman, B-A-H-L-M-A-N-N. I am a property owner, but I have been asked by Stephen Wade to be here. He was not able to be here tonight, and he wants to urge you to pass this tax increase. He asked, I am actually the public relations director for Stephen Wade, and he spoke with me personally and asked me to be here tonight. We do not support cutting other areas in the budget. The recreation department, we support them. We pay tens of thousands of dollars every year to support those programs, to keep them, the fees nominal for our community. We support recreation. We support golf. We support pickleball and all of the recreation. We also support our police department, and that's why there is opportunity to have a balanced budget. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to the next row. If nobody at that row wants to speak, then let's move to the next row.
Hello, Mayor Randall, Jimmy, Adam, the rest of the council. Thank you for all your work that you do. It's a thankless job. My name is Brett Talley. I actually ran for mayor this year in the primary, and I think the city needs to pull up their bootstraps and find the money somewhere else, because we are going into a recession, and put this off for 2 years, then do a 5-year plan. And I know there's a lot of layers of the onion that could be peeled off, and we could come up with that money without taxing these people that are on a fixed income. They are really being squeezed. It's $8,000 per family per year with this inflation, and the people in Sun River, they don't have this money. I know it's only $100 or $200, but everything adds up, and we need to rethink this and postpone it for 2 years, whatever the case may be, for the recession to end, and then reevaluate. I do support the blue. It should be funded first, and that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone next from that row? We'll go move over if not.
Thank you, Council. My name is David McDaniel. I'm a property owner here in the city of St. George. Last name is McDaniel. I support this wholeheartedly. I've lived other places. I've seen the stress that the city goes through. I'm a police officer for this city. I've seen cities that were at this tipping point that then did not make the right choice, did not fund the police, and you don't recover from that. The cities, the living that we have here, the level of services and everyone's safety is at a much higher level than I think the rest of the state. And the place I grew up out east in an inner city, when it came to this point, and they voted against it and they held it off and they held it off and they held it off. It's actually one of the worst places in the United States now. When I left it, it was #1 in the nation for crime, and no one lives there anymore, except for people who can't afford to leave. And we don't want that to happen to St. George. We want the high level that we have now to continue. So I'm saying we should vote for this. It's $60 for the average person. It's $60.05 for me. I will gladly pay that right now and put it on the table. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. So, okay. And I got a text from somebody watching on YouTube, and they said to speak louder into the mic. They're having a hard time hearing at home, apparently.
First name is Randall, last name Burtis, B-R-T-I-S. We can say we can put this off, keep putting it off, but the time is now. We gotta do something right now to mend, especially keeping up with Highway Patrol, who makes $30 an hour right now, and we're not gonna be able to retain our police with that much fluctuation. So I am for this. We need a vote for this, and the time is now.
Thank you. Okay, if nobody on that row, we're going to move to the back row. Not the complete back row, the one row back.
My name is Lisa, common spelling, last name Alford, A-L-F as in Frank, O-R-D. I believe in supporting and funding our first responders, our public safety. However, I've heard over and over that 23.5 is a modest tax increase. It is not a modest tax increase. I think the budget department can go back and fund the police and the fire first, and then do away with those excessive salaries. There are people who are receiving over $10,000 raises this year. Why? The people on the streets need that money more than they do. I'd also like to address the fact that on the tax neutral chart, right at the very bottom, don't know if many people noticed that it said that doesn't include new growth. Every new home, every new business that's built does increase the taxes. And so that's a revenue that was not addressed in the budget. And finally, I'd like to say that I have 2 nephews who were born and raised here. They're both in law enforcement and other places in the state. Part of the reason that they're there is because, yes, they can make a little more money. One of my nephews said he's tired of the snow and he'd love to move home, but he can't afford to live here. And part of the reason he can't afford to live here is because taxes are too high. You're discouraging law enforcement from applying here by raising taxes. And I am not opposed to a tax rate raise, but 23.5% is not a modest tax raise.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jim Warden, like in the penitentiary. We're in a recession. The country's hurting. We're a bunch of old people living here. We're fixed income folks. You want to solve the problem? First thing you ought to do, put this $35 million pile of junk you're going to build called City Hall on hold. Just stop it. We don't need it right now. We need our police force and our services. Those are the things you ought to do. Thanks.
Thank you. Hi, Elizabeth Smith. You know how to spell Smith, right? Okay. Pull that mic up to your mouth. Okay. We were told that there was no property tax increase for 35 years. We just got a notice that our property tax has been increased because the value of our home has gone up. The value of our home means nothing to us unless we're going to sell. So we plan to retire in this home and die there. So that property tax has increased for us. Secondly, it's all logical. We have more move-ins. We have higher impact fees. We paid those impact fees when we built our house. As we have more impact, we have more people moving in, more people building houses. I've seen it. I live in Little Valley. There's houses being built everywhere. And it was crazy just a couple years ago. But as those people move in, we increase our population, we increase our taxes, our tax revenue. That gives you money to increase the police department and the fire department. It's logical. So I vote no on this. Do not increase taxes. There is never a reason to increase taxes. I don't see any logical reason to ever increase taxes. When food goes up, our taxes on food goes up. When property goes up, our taxes on property goes up. There's your revenue. Fund the police. Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Dan Smith, S-M-I-T-H. I am a property owner. I was noticing one of your slides, and it said that we had a golf course that was not meeting its budget. And I believe that, you know, the city is spending money trying to make revenue, but they're in the red. So I think we need to reevaluate what the city does with our money and get rid of the bad debt. I mean, we have 40-something weekends that we have people coming into our town and using our resources of our police and our fire department. We are getting money from that, apparently, but where's that money going? Maybe it needs to go to the fire department and the police department. We need to get rid of these streets, beautification streets, because we're employing people to take care of all these nice streets that we have. That's a lot of money that we're putting into your trees and bushes. I agree with a gentleman that get rid of the power company. You're in business to help the people, but you are competing with the people of this community who are trying to make a living. You sold the airport hill for over $100 million. I mean, that should be part of your budget. I agree that we do need more police and more fire support, but we can't do it by taxation. So I am against the taxation thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Council. My name is Jeff Jennings, Jennings, and I feel for you. I know you're in a tough position. However, as a businessman and having lived in St. George for 65 years, I've seen my building permit on my home go from $1,200 to now a building permit would be close to $30,000. So every one of these buildings, the city gets that money. There's impact fees. There are lots of monies coming into the city that weren't years ago. Things have appreciated. My property taxes go up every year. It seems like. I'm pretty sure they have. I know my property has gone up, but my taxes go up every year. With all the new move-ins that have come into this town, all the building permits, all of the funds that are being generated, I find it incredible that we would think doubling not doubling, but a 57% increase in the budget. I am totally for the blue. I'm for the police department. I remember when Kyle Whitehead was trained as a junior officer at Dixie College, not very long ago. My brother was his trainer. I understand now that Kyle makes $275,000 as his wages as a police officer in St. George. We need to review what's going on in this city. Things are not right. The staff is making all the decisions. They're telling you what to do. There needs to be a review committee, review the salaries, the 401ks, and get a little bit in line. If the average wages in this town are about $40,000, how come we're paying police officers and firemen $120,000, $150,000, assistant city manager at over $200,000? We need to rethink this. Thanks a lot.
Good evening. My name is Reed Noble, N-O-B-L-E. Lived in this community. I love this community, by the way. St. George is a great place to live. Lived here for 46 years and been a property owner for 45 years, and that's probably more than most of you guys are old. It seems to me that a major goal for the city council, your first objective, is public safety. And so I really am against a ploy of you guys putting up that we need to pay for public safety. That should have been paid for right off the get-go. And so we should be talking about, do we want other less essential services now, not public safety. And so my suggestion is, in a $500,000 budget, you can probably figure out how to pay for public safety. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eileen Hacker, like a computer hacker, but I'm not. First of all, these meetings would be a lot better if you'd increase the budget and provide refreshments. It would be nice just to pass around a few things. You could have them COVID-free, have them wrapped up. That would make it better. But I'm against the tax increase, and I fully support the fire department, the captains, all of them. And I practically raised Kyle Whitehead, and so obviously I support him. But I think there's a way that you can do this. If I'm looking at this correctly, the people making the decisions have all been elected. And if I looked at it right, 3 of you are up for re-election next year. Is that right? And let's make everybody in this room in the city happy. Give the police and the firemen more money, and don't raise the budget, and figure out where to get it from. Thanks.
Good evening. My name's Jeff Hatch, Jeff, last Hatch, Hatch. I live in the Knolls at Little Valley. I started out some time ago in fire, 1981 to be exact. I started out some time ago in EMS, 1984, and I've done some law enforcement. These folks, the ones that are on the ground, not administration, but on the ground, law enforcement, fire, and if you had EMS and those EMTs are underpaid. I think all of you folks really know that when you come down to it, because they're the ones that show up at your door in the middle of the night when something's going haywire and you want to get things rectified quickly. So those folks, I'm 100% behind. There's a lot of this other stuff. I agree with a lot of folks here. My taxes in 5 years on my house has gone from 275 to probably somewhere around 700,000 valuation, but my taxes are going up 28% in the 5 years since 2017. I think we need to start looking at some stuff, folks. I think there's some things that we're not getting a good return on. And I don't know if it's the events and you guys aren't getting sufficient take or what it is. But you got an older population here that you can't milk a turnip much further. They're on a fixed income and can't go a whole lot further. So you need to start putting yourself in their shoes. A few of you have got a ways to go, and a few of you are getting pretty close yourselves. So you need to start thinking about this. Do you have the money to be able to do the next big jump? But do fund the folks on the ground. But don't pass this, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Clyde, C-L-Y-D-E, Biesinger, B-I-E-S-I-N-G-E-R, living in Little Valley, homeowner. I worked for state government for 34 years. As an accountant, I've watched governments throughout my life manipulate their general fund budget so that whenever you want a increase, you always put it on the area that is most sensitive to us. You had a chart up here of 20 plus little agencies that can be consolidated, eliminating a lot of wages for administration. You know, every time I turn around, I've got an increase. Insurance by 30%. I don't get a 30% increase. I've got a house that I can't eat. You know, I'm taxed on that higher rate. We need to fund our essential services and consolidate where needed and live within our budget. A cost of living increase is appropriate, but let's not give the house away. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Myers, and I'm a property owner here in St. George also. And I want you to know that I love and support the police. My husband graduated from the academy and became a police officer in 1975. And almost every year, we would go to the city or the county and ask for raises. And they always said that's what their priority was. But this went on year after year after year. And we didn't get the raises, and we were always low paid, and that's continued, and it's common. You can ask officers all across the state. I have a son-in-law now that's an officer. Same problem. And yet the government officials always say it's for police and fire, but they don't usually get it. And I know that it says that that's where it will go. But this is not about the police and fire. We love the police and fire. It's not about that. It's not about the taxes. We don't want more taxes. It's about the budget. It can be changed and moved around. The most essential thing is police and fire. That should not even be to this point that we're wondering about police and fire. This has been going on in my life for a very, very long time. If the police and fire are not already being paid like they should be, which is the case, then there's been a problem for a long time. And it hasn't been solved by people in government. We're asking you to please not try to take care of this, not try to find money someplace else. But just like I do every month, I don't try, I do maintain my budget. I don't have the option of trying, I just have to do it. I'm a widow, and I love living in St. George, but I want the police and fire supported, and that's essential. All the other things should be down the list. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, Council. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. My name is Christy Pike, K-R-I-S-T-Y-P-I-K-E. Some of you may know me from my work with the Children's Justice Center, but I want to make it clear, I am not here in my professional position. I am not here representing the county attorney. I am here as a citizen and a landowner here in St. George City. And I want you to know a community cannot thrive when its citizens are not safe. I have the tremendous honor and privilege of working with law enforcement agencies from across the county on a regular, almost daily basis. It is easy to put out of our minds what these people do and to not think about what a day in the life of a cop looks like. And I think that's because, frankly, if most of us knew the depth and the breadth of what they do, we would curl up in a fetal position and not move again. And I mean that. We ask so much of our first responders. We can't pay them what they're worth, but we can pay them enough that they don't need to take a second job. And we can pay them enough that they can take care of their families. And we can pay them enough that they can remain on the job, bringing a wealth of wisdom that comes from years on the job. And we can choose to fund public safety at a level that allows departments to provide training and mental health resources for their people to address the trauma that they see. Research and common sense tell us that those two things will lead to professionals being more effective on their jobs and staying longer, and any business person can tell you it's cheaper to keep a good person than to train them. Of course, there's a balance to be found, and for years, this council has worked that. They have everything everyone's been talking about, finding a little here, scrimping a little there. It's been going on for years. We're now standing on the edge of a cliff, and we don't want to see what's at the bottom of that cliff. I urge you to vote in favor of this. If we're not safe, our quality of life and our very freedom is at stake. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Mark Lindsay, L-I-N-D-S-A-Y. I hope you have spent a lot of time, Adam, in going over the budget with a fine-tooth comb. Because I know in a city budget, there are necessities and needs, and there's also luxuries. And sometimes some of those luxuries can be done without. And having said that, I worked for a city government for 30 years. And I worked very closely with law enforcement and police. I did not serve in either one of those services. Believe it or not, I served in recreation, but I had a very close relationship with those men and those women. I don't want to pay any more taxes. Nobody in here wants to pay any more taxes. And everybody says they want police and fire to have what they need. I guess I'm an oddball out, and I might need a police escort, but I'm asking you to vote for this tax increase. I'm on a fixed income. I'm not for it, but I know the necessity and the need for it. And I've been through this situations many, many times in my profession, and seeing other city councils go through this, truth and taxation meetings, and having to deal with this. My 2 cents is you can't have any harm on the street by having more police and firemen. I'm grateful there's a new fire station out where I live that makes things closer if I need it. I hope I don't ever have to use it. I'm grateful there's a couple of police officers that live in my neighborhood that I'm friends with, but I hope I don't ever have to call them in to use their services. But I know there's a need for it, and I hope you vote for it. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Tracy Tufunga, and that's Tufuga, and I do live in St. George. I just want to come to you guys with a different perspective. I am the wife of an amazing man who works for the city of St. George. He is a sergeant in patrol, and we have 3 daughters. We're extremely proud of our husband. Being proud just isn't enough. Our neighborhood, back the blue, everything, but I say a prayer every single time my husband has to put on his badge and go out to work when he gets a SWAT call out and our girls are scared that their dad's not going to come home safe. And when he's running a patrol with, at the best, 7 guys, typically 5 guys, for the entire city of St. George, that's not safe. I cannot guarantee that you guys are doing everything you can to fund the police where they have enough officers to protect all of the citizens. But it's comical to think that his shift can protect everybody if something was to happen. I don't have faith that all these officers have the training they need, that they have the amount of guys that they need to where they're not pulling double shifts, they're not pulling in all this overtime. A lot of them have to choose overtime just to pay the bills. A lot of officers are great, they come down, and like somebody said, they have to move back because they can't afford it. As a police wife, we all talk, we have different, Facebook pages, and they're all like, oh, we would do anything to live in St. George, but there's no way we could afford it. We could never transfer to your department because my husband would take a massive pay cut. So that's embarrassing for the amazing city of St. George, the best city in Utah, in my opinion, but yet the best of the best can't come down and protect our citizens. Everybody wants to live in St. George. So please protect my husband, all spouses, all first responders. Do what you guys can to keep them safe to where they can come home to their families. Thank you.
I did not plan on doing this. My name is Margie Slack, S-L-A-C-K. I am, like Tracy, a proud police wife. My husband's been on patrol for 15 years. There's, 7 guys on each shift at a time? We need these officers. Our men and women are not safe. Our children are not safe. There is no way that 7 to 10 officers on at a time can protect this entire city. Our city is growing, our police department isn't. We need this. I strongly encourage yes. Thank you.
Any more comments from the back?
Tyler Whitehead. Just wanted to say thanks for all you guys do. I've been lucky enough to be on our fire department for 17 years now. It's been great. We've always felt like you guys have had our backs. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. I'd also like to add to what a lot of the wives, the police guys have said. We have tended to lose people, and that's why this is a big issue. That for right now, our department's lost 3 great guys. We have awesome firefighters, awesome police guys. We've lost 3 of them just on our fire department alone. We need this to keep those good guys. Unfortunately, as you lose some of those guys that are more senior, it kind of puts us even more farther behind. you lose a lot of that experience that you get. So having this and being able to pay them what they deserve so we don't lose them is a big thing. I know you guys also, all of the heads of the departments here, you guys give them your vote of confidence every time that there's a new job opening. I would say that if they didn't feel like this was necessary, the tax increase, nobody wants a tax increase. But if they didn't feel like this was 100% necessary, I wouldn't think they would ask for that. So I just put that out there as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carrie Maniscalco, Maniscalco. I apologize. This is my bedtime, so I'm extremely tired, so I hope I make some sense as I'm talking. I just wanted to bring up a couple things. I noticed that our city budget is proposed $505 million. There's 3 other cities in this state that have budgeted significantly less than ours, starting with Orem of $140 million, Ogden, $253 million, Provo, $380 million. And they have a population similar to ours, so and higher crime. So I don't understand why you can't find in your budget to pay the police officers and the fire department decent salaries and why you're trying to collect more taxes. It's totally unreasonable and unacceptable that you guys have not been responsible with our budget. We are headed into a recession, and the city is trying to find solutions for affordable housing, and you're increasing our taxes significantly, constantly. It passes down to renters, making it even more unaffordable. The city manager has staff of 7 with $105 million in budget. That's $214,000 a year, when the average salary in St. George is under $54,000 a year for the taxpayer. So why are the taxpayers paying your exorbitant salaries while we are suffering and paying more taxes? Let's see, sorry. Let's see. So, and I also want to know why the increasing taxes is not something that the citizens vote upon. We elected you as officials, but you're constantly increasing our taxes. Don't you think the taxpayer should have a say in a vote in determining what the tax increase should be? And just thank you for the consideration. And I do support the police department and the fire department, and I do want them to have the salaries they deserve. But I think you guys have the budget to find that to make it necessary. Thank you.
My name's Cole Townsend, ColeTownsend. It's astonishing what you guys have put the first responders into. You've grown the budget 57% in 2 years, but you didn't find the funds for them. That's a total dereliction of duty. We all support these people. We all need public safety, but $500 million plus is ridiculous to not be able to budget that in and find a way to fund them. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amanda Sturm, S-T-U-R-M. I own my home in St. George 26, where I live with my husband and 3 teenagers. There is one word I want you to focus on: priorities. I grew up in DC and I've seen a lot of useless spending. They don't have the right priorities. You need to focus on what we need first and then find the money for everything else. Fund safety first, then go from there. What is your priority? If the police and fire are so important, why are they not your first priority?
Excuse me while I get into my electronics here. Hello, Mayor, City Council members. I am Rob Latham, a resident of St. George since the summer of 2011, small business owner. I'm also a candidate for Washington County Attorney this election cycle. I'm not going to repeat my submitted comments at this public hearing, but the best way to find them is on my website, roblatham.pro, or my Twitter account, Rob Latham. Before relocating to St. George, I worked at a market-oriented research and educational policy organization, and so there's a little bit of show and tell. 2 of the books we published are these, The Voluntary City and To Serve and Protect. I reference these books in my submitted comments to you. Our work challenges monopolies, even policing monopolies, because monopolies are inefficient, provide poor service compared to market-based alternatives, and result in shortages and rationing. Even the people working for monopolies can be justifiably frustrated because of the absence of price signals from customers. Here's the concluding sentence from historian Stephen Davies' chapter from The Voluntary City on the private provision of police during the 18th and 19th centuries. Quote, "Given that all admit the vital importance of the role of the general public in the creation of order and the enforcement of criminal law, the boundary between state and civil society in this area should not be taken as fixed and determinate, now and historically. Here's a suggestion. Pay those current public safety employees more. Ask them to do less. Most prosecutions are for victimless crimes. If the city deprioritized the enforcement of possession of marijuana, for example, maybe there would not be almost 200 such cases on the Washington County Justice Court's calendar through the end of this month. I acknowledge not all of those are city cases. And by voting for me, Rob Latham, this election to be your next county attorney,
Okay, you're done.
you will give
This
the
is not a
establishment
campaign
good idea
speech.
of how many St. George residents only want
Please sit
prosecutions
down.
of
You're
real crimes
done.
with real victims. Thank you.
That was ridiculous, but thank you for your campaign speech. We're going to take a 5-minute break, just really quick, and we will be right back in 5 minutes so that we can have a 5-minute break. All right, we're going to resume. If I had a gavel, I'd use it. We're going to resume. Okay, so anybody left in this room who wants to make a public comment, if they want to come forward and comment?
My name is Helena Chamberlain, spelled HELENA CHAMBERLAIN, and I'm a resident of St. George City. I am 100% in favor of increasing funding for the police and firefighters. I have 5 brothers and brother-in-laws who are first responders, and their funding is very important. But funding our first responders should have been the first priority. The budget is the problem here. Our city is spending money on golf courses that lose money every year, along with so many other non-essential programs and projects. This out-of-control spending needs to stop. I urge you to increase funding for our first responders without increasing taxes. As representatives of the people in St. George, you should be voting no on a tax increase because the majority of the people here who have commented it today have been against it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, council, citizens, thank you. My name is Kyle Clark. I'm a property owner, citizen, and employee of St. George. Growing up, being a college student, 6 years in the Army, and now an employee of St. George, I'm familiar with fixed income. I believe I'm the youngest person to speak tonight, a ripe age of 27. In my short life, I've realized a couple things. Some of that is inflation's going to happen no matter what choices we make. And taxation's also going to happen no matter what choices we make. I've seen some places that make these choices and then the recessions come. I can tell you with a recession, you're also going to have crime come. I can tell you right now that me and the people I work with on the streets, we're outnumbered. One of my field training officers reminded me that in 1998, when he started, there was 6 people working on the streets with him. I can tell you today that there's 6 people working on the streets. The average monthly cost of this property tax increase and or the annual cost, if I eliminate going to Starbucks or Dutch Bros, that will cover the cost for my property tax increase. With this property tax increase, we won't be able to keep every citizen safe, but hopefully we will be able to do a better job than we are now. And I can tell you, so to speak, that the barbarians are at the gate. And as soon as the recession hits or we go deeper into it, there's going to be a lot more barbarians. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Cammie Edsberg, K-A-M-M-E-E-D-S-B-E-R-G. I own properties in St. George. I've reviewed the Safe in St. George literature promoting the proposed property tax increase, and I find parts of it disingenuous. For example, citing the surrounding cities and their higher property taxes. Comparatively, St. George has a massive amount of revenue generated from business and sales taxes. In fact, about 86% of Washington County businesses are located within the city of St. George. This is not comparing apples to apples. Also, in reference to the frequently asked questions on the Safe St. George website, the proposed property tax increase revenue will go into the general fund. You cannot guarantee that this additional revenue will be spent on first responders in perpetuity. Also, there will be 1 to 2 election cycles over the next 5 years while this tax is implemented. The budget is voted on each year. Everyone should be aware that future mayors and councils can reverse this at any point if this increase is approved. They can also use it for their pet projects. Who we vote for matters. Lastly, the literature says that the city of St. George has not raised property taxes in the last 35 years, which has not kept up with inflation, but it's not including new growth. That is also not comparing apples to apples. I do not agree with increasing property taxes or sales taxes. There are also other state taxes which take effect in January 2023 at the state level, which are a burden on residents. I urge the council to reduce or cut service level of the less important activities in the general fund and vote against this tax increase.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Beth McDonough, McDonough, and I live in Bloomington Hills. And I have the unique position of moving here a year and a half ago from Minnesota, which is where the defund the police movement started. And I had a first-hand seat. I'm an investigative reporter for ABC News. I have since left the industry, but I had a first-hand seat to see what happens when a city loses control, when there aren't enough police, when the city is not supporting its first responders. During some of the riots, I was shot, not by police, but by a rioter. That's part of the reason why I moved here a year and a half ago. I used to come to vacation here, and I thought, what a great bubble. St. George is such a safe bubble, and the community still cares, and it cares about its people. In Minneapolis, they've lost 200 police officers. They've either quit, they simply retired out, they got hired away for better pay, and people complain because response times have increased significantly because you have a fourth less police officers responding to the same amount of people, an increasing population, and of course response times go up. And I look at what's going on here, and I fear that that will happen as well. And when I bought my home and I paid my property taxes here, and they told me the amount, and I thought, oh, is that for half the year, 6 months? And she chuckled. She goes, no, we hear that all the time. And if you've lived somewhere else, you know when you move here, the property taxes are low. No one loves a big property tax, but the property taxes are low here, and the city is exploding. And to keep in front of the explosion and to keep your first responders here, and quality people, you want to pay them well. They protect us. You want to pay your fire department well. I saw so many fires, and there are not enough firefighters where I came from. And you know what happens? The city burns. Actually, 2 cities, Minneapolis and St. Paul. And this won't be very popular, but I urge you to reevaluate your budget. As an investigative reporter, I would say some of the numbers maybe don't add up. But a good takeaway here is, I think, that people do support the police officers. They support first responders and you, but reevaluate the budget. Find the money. Thanks.
I suppose somebody has to be last, so let it be me, I guess. My name is Ray Absher, A-B-S-H-E-R. I'm a property owner in St. George. I just received my proposed tax bill for this year, and it's up, as you might suspect. I have one of those average homes that has gone up by 15 or 20% in the $500,000 and $600,000 range. And it says I'm going to pay the city of St. George $40 more by definition because my property value is higher. And you're asking for $60 additional. That's going to be $100 that I'm going to give you more than I paid last year. So my suggestion, compromise being one of the bedrocks of a republic in which we live, why don't you ask for a little less? I'll give you the 40 by definition. Ask me for 20 instead of 60. You'll have your $60, and at least you can all move forward because all the arguments today have been very eloquent and people make a lot of sense. That's my thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments in the room? I recognize you.
Kent Perkins, KentPerkins. The quality of life that we enjoy in St. George was created by a balanced, unified, and cooperative effort by the city, county, public and private institutions, and our residents, fueled by vision, community spirit, and tax dollars. The same balanced and cooperative effort must come into play if we are to have a safe St. George. A safe St. George is safe from crime, law-breaking, and all of its effects. Safe from slow response to accidents, natural disasters, and medical emergencies. But it is also safe from utility failures and disruptions. Safe from poorly constructed, worn out, or under-maintained infrastructure, such as roads, trails, bridges, buildings, recreational facilities, parks, etc. Safe from unbridled growth, poorly planned transportation, signs of neglect, graffiti, and disrespect that drive down property values and erode community pride and appeal, confidence, and quality of life. A safe St. George is providing clean, safe, well-maintained places for residents of all ages to gather, play, exercise, learn, and relax. Our first responders are essential and need our support and gratitude. Like Chief Whitehead said, every dedicated public works, parks, power, water, planning, recreation, finance, arts, administrative, and other employees are committed to maintaining a safe St. George. They must be thanked and supported and receive the tools and a decent living wage and budget to perform his or her role in keeping this great community safe. Every department is impacted by growth. No single department or entity can keep St. George safe by itself. You, as our representatives, have been given a great legacy from the thousands of residents who gave their hard-earned dollars, their sacrifices, vision, and industry, and 70% who voted to tax themselves for bonds for parks and recreation, as well as for schools and other things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is John Kretz, Kretz. I'm a resident here. I have two properties. One I bought for my stepdaughter who needed a refuge from an abusive husband, and the other is my personal residence. I just received my tax statement for this year, and the one has gone up $300, and the other's gone up $400, all because of assessment. And I don't know if you're taking that into consideration, but I'm paying $700 more this year than I did last year. As a senior on a fixed income, this makes quite a bit of an impact on me personally. So my position is I support the police and the fire. They absolutely should be supported. They should be priority, but raising taxes, I think if you understand in a recessionary period and what's happening, I'm totally against increasing any tax anywhere. So I would like option number 2, redo it, figure out how to pay for it in a sensible way that makes sense so that we can all have a win off of this thing. I get to have less taxes and you get to have police and fire departments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cody Schmidt. I've been a resident of St. George for the last 20 years. My wife was born and raised here. This is a wonderful community in which we live. The community in which we live is by far the best that I ever have in my life. I grew up in Idaho, and the taxes there are a lot more than here. And people desire to live here not only just because of our fire and police officers, it's the anatomy of our city, the value of life in which we live. You can't take away one and expect it to be the same. The anatomy of a city it's cumulative. Everything works together for one. I fully support the police. I fully support the fire. The decision that you have to make tonight has been put off for 35 years. And that's the reason why it's so critical and so sensitive and emotional tonight. Because the people that sat in your seat many years ago did not make that decision and has put it off to you. I don't envy you for your decision or the opportunity to make that decision. I wish you luck. I trust you. I trust everybody in this city. Many people say that funds are misused. I have read through the budget time and time again. There are necessities of the city that need to be funded. Funds are not misused, or they would come to light real quick in this city. I fully support this, and I urge you to pass this. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Terry Draper, T-E-R-R-I-D-R-A-P-E-R. And I have lived in this city for 40, 50 years. I'm not going to say how long time. And I've known lots of city council members, lots of mayors. And it's been my and my family's experience that this city is well managed by good people who want to do the right thing, who are thoughtful about the way the tax dollars are invested, and who try to keep the tax dollars as low as they can for we the citizenry. And I want to say thank you for that. I think you've done a responsible job outlining what needs to be done here, and I'm fully supportive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mandy Iverson, I-V-E-R-S-O-N. I've been a citizen for St. George for 25 years. I'm a a small business owner, and my husband is a member of the St. George Police Department. I want to ditto what the last gentleman said about how taxes should have been being raised all along. I do think it's from the previous assessors that they should have been doing that all along. I don't know how people think that people are just going to, the inflation and things are going to keep up and the taxes are just going to stay the same. It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. I don't know that anybody in this room or anybody who's listening knows how to run this city. They don't understand it. I know that you guys do. It's the same as the police department. Nobody knows what it takes to run the police department. The majority of the things that those police see are negative, and nobody understands that. And nobody wants to see it, and nobody does see it because of the jobs that they do. But yet they want to reap the rewards of the things that are done. I personally think you need to pass it. I don't want to live in a city that is not well maintained. I go to Salt Lake and I come back and I just enjoy what is here. It's very well maintained, and I am in huge favor of this tax increase.
Thank you.
Michelle Graves, Graves. I've lived here for 17 years and I own property in St. George. Paying this tax increase is a small way that I can contribute to a city that I love. This week, the police and emergency services were involved in a bicycle accident when my husband was hit and run by a car. The prompt and excellent service prompted me to call the mayor and recognize this officer and those involved for their excellent work. If I can contribute $50 a year to safety and to help increase this officer's wages and the stability of the force, I will gladly do so. Property taxes are the financial backbone of local government. They are and should be a significant revenue source for financing education, police and fire departments, parks, and other services in that order. Designing tax systems is effective when taxes cover expenditures. We have not kept growth from happening, so how can we be fiscally irresponsible when it comes to funding? According to the U.S. Census, St. George is the fastest growing city in this nation. This property and tax increase will fund areas in the city previously unpopulated. Now that they're populated, the services have increased. Thus, our budgets have increased because we have more people to service. There's no room to find it in other places. Without a property tax increase, we will still need funding. It is not good business to sell off one-time assets, shrink services in times of growth, or cripple wages that would cause a lack in the labor force that is needed. These measures would cause any business to fail. Even with this proposed tax rate, our city will stay lower than 10 of the 15 Washington County cities and be the second lowest in the top 10 cities in Utah. Where else are you going to go? I hope we can wait another 35 years for another tax increase, but it's the right thing to do now. It should have been done yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kevin Hadlock. That's Kevinhadlock, and I'm a property owner here in St. George, and I appreciate the opportunity to share a couple of thoughts. I've heard a lot of arguments, many eloquently stated on both sides of this, so I'd just love to be in one of your seats tonight because this has got to be awesome. My comments and focus is a little more on the actual proposal itself. There's an unspoken underlying concern that once you open up the taxation door, it's really, really hard, mixing metaphors, to get the horses back in the barn. And many of us are old enough and have lived in enough places that we've seen once it starts, it's very hard to stop. And so as I think about a plan like this, I think about things that I've heard tonight that contribute to that mindset, to that thought, that maybe that's going to happen. In the presentation, right at the start, there was repeated several times that this is a lofty plan. It's a lofty plan, not an essential one. Now, I don't know if that's just being on the spur of the moment and using the word lofty, but if there's something more essential that could be a little more basic, maybe that's a thing to consider. There are lots of numbers, but there's a real absence of actual metrics. If we get past the first year, what does that mean for the second year? There were a couple of figures listed for what the growth in property tax might be next year and the year after, but there are no metrics tied to those. The plan as presented does not actually provide the sustainability it claims to provide. Specifically, it's open-ended because it's expressly designed to fund future personnel, and they're ongoing, but the plan's only 5 years long, and there are only 2 more tax increases. Interesting. So there's a structural problem with the plan. So, and as a former employee of Moody's that gives you that wonderful rating that you get among others, I worked for them for 25 years, we would all agree that going out beyond 3 years on a forecast, those last 2 years are kind of wishful thinking. So what I would suggest, given those vagaries, I would simply suggest that if you do choose to go forward, just take 1 second, I would recommend an amendment to a rolling 3-year plan with any annual increases subject to clear metrics and an annual approval process like you're doing right now, rather than just a 5-year plan and maybe somewhere along the line we get another increase. Make it very specific, very tied to things that you're doing, and then make it so that the public has the input and the confidence you're actually meeting the metrics that you want to meet. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, my name is Woody Woodbury, last name Woodbury. I'd like to actually echo the sentiments of the last gentleman. He spoke well with the lack of detail in this proposal. For those of you guys who are in business, you'll understand there are 3 ways to increase your revenues. Find more customers, charge more to your customers, or sell more to those existing customers. Okay? That's it. That's all you have a way to increase your revenues. Now, I ran for mayor, as you guys all remember, and on the campaign trail, I was asked on multiple, I couldn't even count how many times, multiple occasions, whether or not I would support increasing taxes. My answer was always no, because when I looked at the St. George City budget, it's massive. And being a business person, I understand that there is a very difficult, sometimes almost impossible decision between moving money from one avenue to another in a business. And I understand that those decisions are not taken lightly. At the city level, it's the same thing. But each of you have campaigned. Each of you have spoken to voters. And I ask you to think about what your answer was to those voters when they asked you what you thought about raising taxes. And if you vote yes on this, does that make you a hypocrite or a liar? There is other ways. Our budget in the city is massive. If we need to pass resolutions or statutes or some sort of law that allows us to move money from one to another, do it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Celine Brown, spelled Silenebrown. I am a resident of St. George. And although property taxes supposedly have not increased, in the last 3 years, my property taxes have gone up over 30%, so almost $1,000. And I'm sure that is this case for many in St. George. And then over a month ago, I had a family member tell me that some of the members in the city and on the police force made well over $200,000, and I wanted to make sure that was accurate. So I found, it took me a couple weeks to find, I could not find the most recent, but 2020, and 100 employees for the city make over 6 figures, and there may be more. It only shows the top 100. So that is something that we could cut. We could cut, many of us make under 100,000, and many in St. George make, like we've talked about earlier, near 50,000. It's the average income. So if we need to cut budgets, that's a place that we can look to. I support the police. I know many of the police officers make around that 50,000, and that's not acceptable. I hope that you guys will vote no on this. We elected the city council to represent the people, and I appreciate your time.
Hi, my name's Karen Willard, Karren, and Willard is Willard. 7 years ago, my oldest son died in my house unexpectedly. He was alone, and the police came. They were awesome. I'll love the police in our city forever because of that. They were kind and considerate, and they did what was right. And they see us on the worst day of our lives. The city of St. George does not have a revenue problem. It has a spending problem. I mean, dude, what has happened to us? The last 10 years, it's kind of like, who can build the biggest ass building for government? I mean, it goes on and on and on. I have a suggestion. You need to lay off half of your bureaucrats in your city. There's some money saving that you can go straight to the police officers and the fire department. When I moved here in 1988, we had a volunteer fire department, and it worked for many, many years. I'm not saying going back to that, but there are volunteer projects. I do not support volunteer police officers. But there are things that can be done. You guys are spending way, way too much money. You have not prioritized it. You're just, if we were in a depression, I would say your score would be suck.
Hi there, Jake Birmingham, St. George resident. So first, I don't appreciate the police and the firefighters being used as pawns to push through more wasteful spending. I truly appreciate them for the services they provide. I would like to reiterate, police first. I want them all to know we are on the same side. We will not allow you to pit us against each other for the shortcomings of those overseeing public funds. Excellent suggestions have been made rather than push increases through on the backs of the police and the fire protection. Try to push this through as an increase on those golf courses and buildings listed in the general fund and see how much support you have then. One example of many, I was surprised to learn that we are paying for events like the Ironman to come here. I have volunteered nearly every year to give them the much needed support, not knowing my tax dollars are being used to pay them to shut down the city while our resources, i.e. police, are being used to host their event. Taxes, for those who believe that taxes inevitably go up, taxes are a percent, not a fixed amount. Therefore, they keep up with the changing economy. Taxes do not need to be increased annually. They are a percentage. So the money is already there. If you would like, I would be happy to volunteer my time to cut the fat while giving the police and the fire the funds that are needed. Thank you.
My name's Shane Sullivan, S-H-A-N-E, S-U-L-L-I-V-A-N. I'm absolutely against this tax increase. It is a percentage. All the new move-ins have paid their percentage. It's an allocation of funds problem, not a money problem. You've doubled the budget. All these people who moved in have paid. If the police and fire departments haven't kept up, it's because you haven't allocated the money. And I say you widely because there's been lots of city councils over the years. It's not necessarily you personally, but I own a small business in St. George. I've owned it for 20 years. If I didn't do what needed to be done first, I wouldn't be in business. I would be out of business. But I'm not a state entity that can tax. Or I'd never go out of business. I just tax you, okay? You've got an allocation problem of the funds you have. Go back to the drawing board and fix that. It's my understanding that there's only one person on the council who voted no on this. I think you probably ought to look at that person and say, what's your ideas, maybe? Because tax and spend isn't a solution. It's not a solution here. It's not a solution anywhere. Because you get your percentage increase, just like the last guy said. Thanks.
Lee Taylor, City of St. George, homeowner. When I look at our budget and compare it to other cities of similar sizes, we're way bigger than they are. Some look at Provo with 30,000 less people in them, but we spend $200 million more than them a year. That's crazy. Then you look at St. George and our surrounding cities, and you realize we're literally providing parks and recs for the entire county. That's unbelievable. We can't do that any longer. It's coming at the backs of these people. We all support them. Provo, while spending $200 million less, somehow can pay their police department 20% more. That's crazy. How do they spend $200 million less but pay their police department 20% more? That's on our government, and not necessarily you as individuals, but it's something that's become a trend here that we need to reevaluate. We need to look at what we're doing, and we need to expect Ivans to put in their golf courses. We need to expect Santa Clara to do the same thing, Hurricane, Washington. When people come to use our resources, they need to pay for them. They need to pay for them as people who are not members of St. George. We need to expect others to pay their price. And if we don't, we're going to continue to be used and expect us to pay our property taxes to fund our police and also fund our parks and recs, fund our arts, fund everything else so that everybody else can benefit from it. It's not fair to put that upon our citizens. What's also interesting is I never thought I'd see the day where identity politics falls into our local government. The fact that we're being pitted against our law enforcement and our fire department to approve taxes, that's crazy. That's like the fundamental purpose of government, is to protect your citizens. That's the first thing that we do. The fact that that's what this has come to is we're not going to pay our first responders if we don't approve a tax, that's crazy. Like, we need to think about those things when we're making budgets. They come first. and then providing for the outlying communities comes second. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
My name is Micheline Smith, SMITH. I've been here 35 years. I've been an airport tenant at both airports. And at this point, I think before the city goes about increasing property taxes to fund the very important and very essential fire and police, that they do some soul searching on the values. I've watched very discouraging events happen with this city. I've witnessed them myself with my business, which was an aviation business. And I think it's time that we wake up to the fact that some of the values that have been undertaken by the city and some of the deceit and dishonesty over the years has been very detrimental to the spiritual side of our community. And at this point, I urge the city to make changes in the way that things are done and put people and citizens over grants and programs that take away sovereignty from the citizens of this city. And I think that we need to move in a different direction, and I hope this can be done with some sincere soul searching. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Everybody from the lobbies moved in here, apparently. Okay, then I'm going to close the public hearing. I wrote down a list of questions. Deanna, Robert, did you get some of the questions that we were asked and want to go over them? How do you want to work that? Okay, but one thing that I think needs to be reiterated is impact fees and the dollar amount of property taxes we're getting on new growth.
Okay, so impact fees.
Speak loud, Dee.
Okay, sorry, right there.
Yeah.
Oh, you almost have to. Anyway, impact fees again can only be used towards new public facilities, bricks and mortar. We cannot use impact fees to help fund personnel costs, operation costs, utilities. We can build a building, but we have to find another source once that fire station, police station, whatever that building is that we funded with impact fees, we have to find another source in order to provide the personnel that go into that building, the utility, and so forth. The state law is very strict on that measure, and so our hands are tied. There's not much we can do to use impact fees for ongoing operations.
And what about
okay,
property tax on new growth?
So property taxes, we receive about an average of 5% in property tax year over year from new growth. That does not even start to fund. There was a graph that I showed where it showed our property tax revenues compared to our public safety. That does not even start to fund. If we didn't add one new personnel to the budget, it doesn't really make a dent in what we have to fund each year. We are also subject to increasing gas prices. We are subject to increasing insurance. The same costs that our citizens are subject to, we are subject to as well. We're seeing those same increases. A 5% increase in property tax, and property tax only funds 12% of our general fund budget. It's $11 million last year. With new growth, we're going to get $700,000. That is more than the average of 5%. We were fortunate this year. However, that does not go to a long ways for us when we're getting that increase on only 11% of the budget.
Which questions did you guys have that you wanted to answer?
A couple of the questions were the increase in this year's general fund budget. As compared to, it's being compared to our fiscal year 2021 budget, which we did cut drastically when the COVID pandemic. We were in the middle of preparing the 2021 budget in March of 2020 when the COVID pandemic hit. We slashed that budget by almost 14%. So there is some comparisons that, you know, that budget, the approved budget was like $300,000 or $300 million, excuse me. And now it's true, it's at $500 million. But we're not necessarily comparing apples to apples. The last 2 years have been a catch-up year for significantly slashing that budget during a pandemic year. And so we are playing catch-up. We're also playing catch-up this year in fiscal year 2023 because we have the same issues of not being able to procure vehicles, to build buildings. We haven't been able to, we've ordered police vehicles that have not come in. That got carried over to this year. The fire truck gets carried over. Different things like that gets carried over to where this year's budget of $500 million includes $50 million just in carryover project. So, and we understand it's very difficult to dissect the budget. We have over 2,000 expense lines in the budget. We have 50 departments just in the general fund. We have over 100 departments in the city budget in total to provide the services that we have. Those departments are also experiencing inflation, carryover of projects, different things of that nature, where we have grown the budget in fiscal year 2023. Not that we want to, but we've got to get those projects done that have been carried over and carried over. To compare it to the fiscal year 2021 budget is easy to compare, but difficult to explain other than we slashed that budget significantly.
Was there any other questions you guys had that you took? No.
I believe those were the common questions that we identified that weren't already addressed in the slide.
All right, thank you. And we thank everyone for their participation and civility. This is not an easy thing for any of us, and the problem is we've had many councils before us that have kicked this can for a very long time, and we can continue to kick the can. And in 2 or 3 years, your property taxes would be a whole lot more by continuing to kick that can. And one thing that I'm going to disagree with is we have not used our public safety to pass a property tax increase. When we all first met together last December and were asked what our top priority was, every single member of this council, including myself, said it was public safety. And so then we went to our budget team and we said we want to see increases in our mountain bike patrol, in our gang task force, in our drug task force. We want more fire stations. We want, 4-man crews on our fire engines. So then our budget team went to the chiefs and said, what do you think it's going to look like over the next 5 years? And they came up with this plan. So, council, I'm going to turn the time over for you for any comments you may have.
This is so exciting. This has been a good process. Look at all the information that's come out. And then, like the mayor did say, this whole process came about because we're a room full of people. You didn't hear anybody say tonight, defund the police. So we're already way ahead of the game. I think that's great that we're in a community like that. Now, as I was leaving tonight, was asking my wife for some advice, and she said, just keep your mouth shut. And she followed me out the door and said, just do the right thing, keep your mouth shut. She turned around. I could tell she's mumbling under her breath. He's not going to keep his mouth shut. But here we go. Let me just tell you my thoughts. And again, this has been a good process. Whether you like it or not, this has caused the budget to be scrutinized more than any time I've been here. And I'm the long-termer. I've been here for 10 years. That being said, this whole idea of kicking the can down the road, I guess I can be blamed for that. There might be some in this room that says, hey, as long as you're making it work, keep kicking the can down the road. Let's not pay any more taxes. And I can understand that sentiment. I can also understand the fact that if we want to have a responsible budget, we need to have responsible funding sources for it. So there's the dilemma. Yeah, I too regret that there might have been some errors in the messaging, and we got this. It seemed like this turned into a little bit of a us versus them, or you've got to do this or that. I think we're talking about two issues here. We're talking about our 5-year plan for our public safety. I am completely confident that we are going to adopt that plan and fund it. The other issue is, how do we pay for that? And this truth in taxation is one of the ways that has been brought up to pay for that. Is it the only way? To some of us, we might look at it and say it is the only way. To some, it's not. But it's brought the discussion up, and it's moved us to this point, which I have never seen in my 10 years on the council. Now, I'll say this, and again, this is where I should have kept my mouth shut. I've heard a couple of times from our police department that they haven't felt supported in the past, whether that was meant to say or not. I would say, as that's probably directed directly at me as being the only long-term council member here, and I would say, and excuse my French, what the crap? And I won't say any more because I think my actions will speak louder than my words and what I've done in the past and how we've tried to support the police department. And we will continue to do that. And by the way, as a last responder, I do get to see some of the things, a little brief part of what they have to deal with. And I would agree, they don't get paid enough for what they have to do. I hear that we want the best of the best, and then I hear we don't want to pay them. So those are conflicting statements to me. If we want the best of the best... No,
the public comments over.
No,
We're listening
I hear
to
you.
the
I hear what
council
you're
now.
saying. I hear what you're saying. What I'm saying is, if we're going to have the best of the best, we have to pay them the best. There were a few people that did say that, you know, that maybe we need to make some cuts. Now, I'm not talking about just the police and fire. I'm talking about department-wide, city-wide, when you talk about the budget. So sorry if I confused you there. Again, one other thing that didn't get brought up and is also weighed on my mind as I've tried to go through this process. We talk about how expensive it is maybe to live here and the housing crisis. A tax increase, if you're a landlord and you get a tax increase, your rent's going up. So sometimes I feel like we might be creating a vicious cycle here. So as you can tell, there's a lot of give and take here. There's a lot of give and take. And if any of you have been contemplating trying to get one of these seats, I hope this has made you want it more so that you can get to be up here and make these decisions. Because if you listen tonight, we're going to be in trouble regardless, right? but that's okay. That's what we signed up for. So I've really tried to sit and listen to the people who I feel like sent me here. I feel like this has been a good process. I feel like in my discussions with the city manager, I'm fairly confident that while it may put a strain on some things, and I know we can fund the 5-year plan for at least year 1, I'm fairly confident we can fund it for year 2. We also know this is not a one and done. This plan includes not just this tax increase. So when trying to be transparent to reach the full potential, it includes 2 more. So we need to be, upfront about that. At the end of the day, and this will be no surprise to this council, I am very concerned about the economic situation that we are in. So I think unfairly we are getting the brunt of a lot of the issues that are brought onto us by our national government and maybe even some by our state government. That I think to be responsible we have to really consider. Those people who are on a fixed income, that's important to me. And my property taxes went up $1,000. Now, I don't love that, but I'm fortunate enough to be able to handle that. But I know there are people that cannot. And so that concerns me. And at the end of the day, that's where I feel like we should err on the side of taking a step back and at the very least admitting this is a bad time. And that we couldn't foresee. As we started, this discussion's been coming along for more than a year. And that maybe we couldn't foresee, and we have to take that in consideration. That's my thoughts.
I'll echo some of that. And it's funny that your wife gave you the advice to keep your mouth shut. As I was walking out the door, my husband said, "Please don't swear." So I'll try to keep my language in check here. But I'll share what I shared with some of you at the break. Is it warms my heart, honestly, to just see so many people here. I wish that it was like this every council meeting, because this right here is where we take this country back. It's at the local level. It's showing up. That's why I personally ran for office, is because I feel like that's where we can make the greatest impact, is in our local communities. And I will first and foremost say that I support public safety first and foremost, and I echo what a lot of you have said: fund public safety first. I'm in favor of funding the things that have been laid out in the 5-year plan. In fact, one of the first meetings I had as a council member, I said, we need to give all of our public safety raises. And, it was said, well, we just did that. Well, it wasn't enough. We need to do it again, because we need good men and women. If anybody in the city should be properly funded, it's those men and women who are carrying out the proper role of government. And that's our public safety, which is to protect our life, our liberty, and our property. I fear that we have lost sight in this country. And we can, yes, we have the 16th Amendment that essentially says that we can tax. And unfortunately, we didn't put restrictions on that like we should have. We could essentially tax you out of your homes, which is outrageous. How do we stop that? Where do we draw the line? We have to draw the line in our local communities. We have to prioritize. We have to get back to what makes this country great and successful, and that's the individual. The bigger we allow government to get, the smaller the individual becomes. And I hate to break it to some people, we don't need government to provide everything for us. We need them to provide for our life, our liberty, and our property. So when I look at the budget, and many of you have mentioned, compared to Provo, which also has an airport, sewage plant, 30,000 more people, and they are a $390 million budget. We're $503 million. And to me, that's a big issue if we're putting out public messaging that we can't properly fund the most important number one aspect of our government unless we tax you. To me, it doesn't make sense. But yet we can have a 34% increase in our leisure services just this year. We found the funding for $1.3 million for the St. George Golf Course Clubhouse with a $1.88 million deficit in golf. We can pay $38,000 for the council to attend out-of-town conferences. I'm willing to forego that $38,000 and put that toward our public safety, those risking their lives to protect us. How about the $85,000 to the leagues of cities and towns that's, lobbying?
How about the $480,000 for the Sunbrook Pump House, $44,000 for a wood chipper truck, $850,000 for the Sugarloaf Interpretive Trail, you know, and on and on and on. We're saying we can fund that, but we can't properly fund public safety. There is no way I could in good conscience feel good about my position here, which is to represent the people, because we, the people, should be the ones running the government, not unelected bureaucrats, we, the people. And so I am a firm no. I am 100% for giving public safety the raises, the increase in personnel, but we're going to find it from somewhere else in this budget.
This whole process has been really interesting to me. It's actually made me gain a lot of respect for truth and taxation. I think that the Utah government was smart in creating truth and taxation because it's such a challenging and miserable process, right? I mean, and as it should be. It should always be really, really, really hard for us to raise taxes. And it should always be something that if it needs to be done, that it is such a challenging process that we would never approach it unless it was absolutely necessary. So that being said, inflation has greatly increased our city expenses exponentially, driving up materials and labor costs. I know, like we all do, that we have to compete in the public safety market. I think that it is very irresponsible to pay for public safety wages that will be ongoing with non-stable money, with one-time money. We need dependable money to pay for this. I have been so impressed ever since I started working with the city council at how lean and tight our city budget is run. And we get great amount of benefit for small amount of money. When you look at what tourism brings in, the county has estimated that we would pay $1,300 more per property in property tax if we didn't have the benefits. And that is all bolstered by the fact that we have our parks and recreation and our golf courses, all of those things. It's easy to throw numbers around and be kind of fast and loose with numbers, but the reality is, at the end of the day, all of those things exponentially add up to create quality of life for us. It's why our property taxes have always been so low. It's why I hope they'll always be so low. And I believe that we would never have approached this property tax increase without it, as I say, being absolutely necessary, because we knew what a painful process it would be. We went through the options, so I was going to share some of those, but I think we went through the options that we could do, and I just don't personally think that any of those are responsible ways to fund our public safety plan. I know that, you know, any sort of increase is painful, and you know, like each of you have said, none of us want to pay more than we have to, but we also need to pay for the things that we're receiving. And this minimal increase, as far as like minimally to each one of us, the maximum amount of benefit that we get from it by increasing our public safety force, allowing them to be a proactive instead of a reactive force, giving them what they need, to me is absolutely vital. And I personally think that the city has, we chose as a city a long time ago to maintain the percentages that we have. So the percentages that Dee showed you of public safety, parks, all of those things. The reason why we did that is because we're a holistic environment. And all of those things come together to create quality of life. And as Mr. Perkins said, to create safety, they all help each other. It's a very synergistic relationship. So I appreciate our budget team more than I can say. And I agree with Councilman Hughes. He's right. There's never probably been such a highly scrutinized budget. And I know when I talk to people who work in the different departments, they don't enjoy going into work with our budget team, even though they love them, because
you know, for instance, we cut immediately $17 million of requests. And those aren't just frivolous requests. Those are things that, you know, they're saying, we've had these plans over time to put this park in or to, you know, put this trail in. And these are all things that residents have requested. But each year we cut those things back and try to run the city as lean as possible with also the maximum benefit to quality of life, safety, and health. So
I'm a little bit relieved to hear you two say that it's been more work this year. I thought it was just me asking all the questions that have been difficult, and I want to thank Robert and Chad and Dee for continually answering my emails and calls to see where we could tighten this up. You know, I guess my concern with this whole budget is the stability of money for the police department. I ran on that. I ran on that Desert Canyon would get their fire station, and because of the ISO rating, and the Ledges, I feel like, is in the same situation, but there has to be some stability with that money along the way. That's my concern, that we have officers that we can compensate now, and we can compensate, and firefighters in the future. Not to say that there can be some restructuring, like I think maybe some firehouses may be a little elaborate, but I don't spend my days there. And I'm a proponent of parks and recreation. I watch those little people. I watched them at the Iron Kids, and to see the kids from probably throughout the county run that race of all shapes and sizes, and the opportunity it gave them, and the social skills that it helps them develop is priceless. And I think that recreation program throughout the community really does build a safer community and helps kids to learn rules. Then I know I talk about my 92-year-old mom going to the rec center 3 or 4 days a week, and that little group of people that saved each other's lives through COVID going to that rec center every morning at 8 o'clock. So there's value in that too. I'm also empathetic with people on fixed incomes. I have young married kids who if the taxes go up, it doesn't sound like a lot to some people. It's a lot to them, you know, in the near future. So where do we balance that? And I think that's why we're back here again, why we've had so many budget meetings on this, is because it's just not one size fits all. This was easy, check the boxes. It's a difficult situation, and I've listened to a lot of people. I've received a lot of emails. I've had lots of phone calls today on both sides of this. So it isn't easy. It's kind of almost like you have a kid make the basketball team, and you have your budget for the school year and everything going out. And it's like, hey, now he needs these $300 pair of shoes and all this other stuff. And it's like, who's gonna give up of your kid so this department can have it? But you know, he's probably gonna make it the next 3 years. So how do we keep that up? That's the question: is how do we get the sustainability for our police and fire department?
Do you think another key component of this, though, is, like many have mentioned, we don't know the future. We are at a very uncertain point in time right now. For all we know, you know, things could totally crash and people are moving out of here, and, you know, we don't need as many officers as what's projected at year 4 or whatever that may be. So I think it's responsible to look at it year by year, and yes, keeping the 5-year plan and, you know, funding it this year, because we know right now we are growing. We do need it. We need raises. We need all of those things. But to me, it's much more responsible to be looking at it year by year to make sure we're not increasing taxes for potential future needs that may or may not be there. And I think, you know, in line with parks and golf and all of that, we have 49 parks right now. We have 60 miles of trails, 4 splash pads. So nobody's here saying we're going to demolish those. I mean, those are still there. What I'm saying is, let's prioritize. Let's maybe pump the brakes on the 34% of growth, or, you know, some of those projects that are pulling from the general fund and taking away from our primary proper role of government, is what I'm saying.
So this is a tough position to be in as a city council member.
Over the last few weeks, I've had people that I fully respect in this community give me a call and be on both sides of this issue. Greg, we need to do this for this reason. Greg, we shouldn't do this because, property tax increase and for these reasons. Full respect for these people, and it's a very difficult decision. One thing I want to make mention of is we're talking about the Safe St. George plan tonight, but what we're really talking about is, I think I'll echo every single other one of these council members, is we're going to fund the 5-year plan. We're going to fund our first responders. As city council members, we get a report of what the police department does and what the fire department does on a regular basis, either daily or multiple times per week. And if you would see all those things that they do, those reports, they are incredible. And I have the highest level of respect for all of the members of our police department and fire department. When I ran for St. George City Council, the premise that I ran on, if anybody remembers my ad, nobody will, but it was 2 years ago. It was, I'm here, I'm running because I want to preserve the things that make St. George great. That was my tagline, and that was my true belief. And that's what I think about every time that I try to make decisions for the city of St. George. I think, I've been through a lot of communities. Right now with my day job, I work in a lot of communities throughout the state. And I think here in St. George, we truly have caught lightning in a bottle. We've got something. It's special. I think everybody here can see that. It's an amazing community. Well, what makes it that way? Well, there's so many different things that do. Number one, I would say it's because it's so safe. I could take my daughter, I have a 1-year-old daughter, and I can take her out and I can walk throughout the streets at night, and it's safe. It's a great community. When I was working as the president of the Chamber of Commerce, all these people would come in and talk to me, moving to St. George. Hey, where's the place that we need to avoid in St. George? And the answer was, go wherever you want. It's a safe town. It's great community. And that's in large part thanks to our police department. So our public safety will be funded. So the thing that we're being asked to tonight is, well, to do that, what are we going to cut? What thing are we going to change? We've scrutinized this budget for the last year, and we've definitely got into it. I feel like I have a very good knowledge of this budget. And what we're being asked is, where do we change things? And when I look at the things that make St. George great, well, there's a lot of things that police and fire, first responders, number one, but there's so many other things too. I like our parks and recreation. I like our leisure service department. We've become a recreation destination. That's what St. George is known for. Hey, let's go down to St. George. Let's go up to St. George. Why? Because it's an amazing recreation destination. Because of these things that our city has provided through our leisure service department and golf and those other things, it does bring our not our property taxes, our overall tax down because all these people are visiting here. And so I like those things for that. It's a really tough decision. There are a couple points that are made tonight that have been made. Councilmember Hughes has made a good point. The timing is tough. It is tough. We've seen the increase because of the state taxes on the school fees that shot. That's why everybody's taxes shot up. What's that? The state school fund. Yeah, that's the reason why we're all seeing them shoot up, because they don't have to go through truth and taxation. They can just do it. And what are we entering a recession? So those are tough things. So it is a very tough decision tonight. I just wanted to share these comments with you. And that's what I have.
Just one more thing about those other services, the parks and recreation and some of those things that we do. There is a real, like Councilman MacArthur said, there is a real intangible benefit of those services that goes along with public safety from the standpoint of mental health. It's another thing that I get to see in my day job is that there's a real problem out there, and having people actively engaged in a lot of other things is helpful in that arena, and that's a benefit to our public safety. So as we talk about that, we can disagree on different aspects of it, but there is an intangible there that I think you'll see some reluctance from some people to say, let's just cut all that, because it could create some other problems. Now, there's other avenues. I know there's some different ideas on that, but let's be cognizant of that fact that there are some benefits to that. So just my 2 cents on that. Thanks for bringing that up, Greg.
All right, council. You've heard your comments. You've heard all the comments tonight. Now the tough decision has to be made, and does anybody want to make a motion for the Truth in Taxation public hearing and consider the approval of the resolution determining the rate of tax for fiscal year 2022, 2023, and levying taxes upon all real and personal property within the city of St. George?
Mayor, I'll make that motion.
Motion by Danielle. Do I have a second?
Can I ask a question? To the city manager, just what is that, as far as our current budget, if the motion does not pass, what does that look like? And what's the next steps?
So the council is required to pass a balanced budget tonight. So if this motion dies for lack of a second, then we would need a substitute motion of some kind that could result, however you get there, in a balanced budget.
So you're going to have to come up with the $3 million tonight, find where you're going to get that from to put into the budget.
Could that come out of the general fund?
It pretty much has to. In some way or another, it is restricted to the general fund. You can't pull from your enterprise funds. The capital project funds are also restricted. Now, there are some capital projects in the general fund, but really the general fund is where you need to find that in some combination of cuts or reallocations.
Do the cuts need to be made tonight, or can that be done at a later process?
Tonight.
Yeah, I thought the deadline was September 1st.
It is. We've noticed it for tonight. I guess it depends on the direction.
But we could
that the
table it
council-
and come up with our cuts as long as we have that approved by September 1st, correct?
Yeah, we've got until September 1st.
So what, I mean, it seems, I'm new at this.
Yeah, none of us have been through truth in taxation here.
Yeah, they told me when I got involved in city government that I would never have to be faced with raising taxes because it's impossible for us, and they lied. But what about, I mean, we do budget amendments all the time. So in theory, the budget could be approved and passed, and we could immediately look at amending the budget in some form to fund the shortfall, what's the number? Because I'm confused on the number a little bit now, but this first year one?
For the property tax, the 3.156.
But that's not what's needed to fund the Safe St. George year one.
No, that is associated with the Safe St. George plan. That's the number that the property tax would have to be set to, the revenue that you'd have to generate to end up with a balanced budget, and you have to have a balanced budget. So as long as you had a balanced budget, you could come right back and amend it. To your earlier question, just a little clarification. This is it for the public hearing. You know, we've noticed the public hearing. Any subsequent meeting between now and September 1st would just be a public meeting, but not a public hearing. So there's no more public comment now that that public hearing has been closed.
Sure. Okay.
I have a motion on the table. Do I have a second?
play the Jeopardy song?
I think you can sense this is how the budget meetings have gone. We've looked. There's projects that I've wanted to see go through, like the Sugarloaf project, things like that. And it's like, is it because this year, because of the state of the economy, because of the words we've heard tonight from concerned citizens to be say, we could put that off, we could put a few of those projects down the road. The big question is going forward, how do we secure the funds for the police department? And I'm going to tell you this here and now, next year the economy turns around, we may be right back to this, whether we like it or not, because bottom line is we need to secure the funds to secure the fire and police officers we have. And I think if going forward we do this, that's what that tax increase can only be, is for those officers and firemen's wages. I don't think it should be rolled back to the general fund.
And we need our officers and our firefighters to feel secure that we are going to secure that funding for them. So for me, leaving this hanging for another year leaves them feeling like we have to go through this every year. We have no secure, stable funding. So that's why my motion still stands.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
No, we've closed. We've.
You're debating a motion that hasn't even been seconded.
We've.
So can we make a different motion now that that has not received a second?
Yep.
I would like to make a motion that we table this and discuss further where we can make the cuts to fund properly.
No, you're
fund our
not going to
officers.
table the truth and taxation. You're going to vote against it.
Then I will make a motion to vote against the truth and taxation.
Do I have a second?
So, again,
that motion has got to come with a plan to result in a balanced budget.
So would that include a motion then to request an amendment to the budget, or how would that best be handled?
Correct, and there would have to be consensus on which. I assume you're moving in the direction of one-time funding, reallocation of one-time funding. Is that correct?
For this year.
I don't want to make assumptions because I know what that does to you and me, but.
I mean,
I don't want to speak for the rest of the council, but yeah, in my opinion, that's what we're looking at, is saying we want to fund year one. We want to move down the road of. I think everybody was clear on that on the Safe St. George plan. So until we get that figured out, that's I guess how the motion should say, and we come to a conclusion on where that is or how that's going to happen. So. I'd be willing to second the emotion if it was amended to show that, if I was any way clear at all.
That wasn't clear at all. Could you say that again?
I understood, Jimmy.
I didn't. Just one full sentence.
Because Councilwoman Tanner made the motion, I'll let her remake her motion.
So I'm making a motion to deny the truth in taxation with the intent that we will have a further discussion prior to September 1st regarding where we will fund the 5-year plan.
So if I could ask for clarification then, I might suggest wording it to approve the resolution, but to set the rate where, let me finish, please. To set the rate.
You guys are going to have to leave if you can't be quiet. Let us finish our job up here, okay? Thank you.
To set the rate where it would be without the property tax, basically the certified tax rate that comes to us from the county without an increase. And then that, because this resolution needs to set the property tax rate. And then I think, I'm wondering if there could be a follow-up motion to then have the council reach consensus on which projects you cut from the general fund to get you back down to a balanced budget. Does that make sense? So you need to set a rate tonight that would be appropriate. But if you wanted to then have that follow-up motion and a follow-up meeting to then adopt the final budget, the final balanced budget, I think you could do that.
Well, I would like a rate of 0, so maybe I shouldn't be the one making this.
So wouldn't that be appropriate to say the current rate?
Well,
Or
the certified rate, do
The
you have
current
that rate?
certified mill rate? How, do we have to state that number?
It's the calculated certified tax rate calculated by the county clerk auditor, which is .000684. Is that right?
I thought 686, but let's double check.
.000684, as it's mentioned in item C. This resolution only impacts our general operations rate. It does not impact the GO bond rate, which is additional, which is already set. And the county combines the two on our tax bill, which we have no control over, and so that's why it looks different.
So
But
that
it's-
would take care of item number 1, and then the other part of that would be in item number 2.
So what you would be doing, I think, is amending the resolution under section 1A to say that it's hereby set at and go back to the certified rate. Is that?
That's correct. You would
Right,
set
so
A
that's the way to do
to
it,
the
is
number I just said,
to amend the resolution.
and you would remove item C.
And under 1A, you'll change that bolded language to say is hereby set at, and the rate that is the current certified rate. So that would reduce that number to what you're saying, no property tax increase. And then the rest would be appropriate to approve in the resolution. Correct?
As a second agenda item.
So you have a motion on the table still for a 0, but it was for 0.
Oh, yeah, we don't need that
So,
motion.
do you want to have everybody withdraw any motions that are on the table so that we don't have any confusion? And then
Yes.
start over? Okay.
I don't think you really meant 0.
Whatever the current tax rate is.
The certified.
I don't want it to increase.
The certified rate.
So
I was just going to say, so your amendment is that you want to approve the certified tax rate to be set at 0.000684.
0.000684, and that is our current with no increase. Okay. Yes.
second? Okay, so second. Can I speak to the motion, or is that against the rules?
You can speak
Okay.
to the motion.
Just really briefly, and a word of warning. Again, we're talking about property taxes that several entities have their hand in. So as the public, you should be vigilant, because it's known by these other entities that our taxes are in general lower than surrounding areas. So they will come looking for their share. So what we're hoping is in the future we don't forget that as a public, because that is one of our most stable funding sources for those services that we have here in St. George. So that's just a word of warning.
So I have a motion by Michelle and a seconded by Jimmy. All in favor of the motion of keeping the certified tax rate at the current rate of 0.000684, say aye, starting with Danielle.
Danielle Larkin, nay.
Jimmy Hughes, aye.
Greg MacArthur, aye.
Natalie Larson, aye.
Michelle Tanner, aye.
Motion carries 4-1. Now I need a motion for
the resolution for fiscal year 2022-2023 budget, and we're going to have to do some wordsmith there, yeah.
Probably just going to have to table it until you can figure out what you want to reallocate to cover the.
Table it till when, Adam?
To next week, I would advise that you not push this any longer than you have to. You should get this done as quickly as possible.
I'll make that motion. Can I make a comment pre-motion?
Yeah.
One thing that is said, and I 100% agree with, is Councilman Larkin. If our decision tonight, which has been to keep the tax rate at the current level, we have to ensure we're giving ourselves time to look at the budget and this year make cuts somewhere. And but what we have to ensure is, as we put this Safe St. George plan forward, we have to ensure that our first responders, public safety, feel like that this is secure and they're not going to have this coming for like a year and then just have it the rug pulled out from underneath them. And so as we look at this, I stand committed to make sure that they're funded, and costs are going up for all of us. It's a very bad time. And for the city as well. For us to do anything right now costs us significantly more. And if it comes a time and we can't make this budget work to where we have to add more to it through property tax or where it is, I stand committed to make sure that the public safety stays funded. And so they will not have the rug pulled out from underneath them. So I'll make a motion that we table item number 2 till next Thursday.
Second.
Motion by Greg, seconded by Jimmy. All in favor, starting with Michelle.
Michelle Tanner, aye.
Greg MacArthur, aye.
Jimmy Hughes, aye.
Danielle Larkin, aye.
Motion carries. Now I will take a motion to adjourn from the Truth and Taxation hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Natalie, seconded by Michelle. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.